my friend John McCain's funeral with me. He spoke out against Putin's regime, and for that he was convicted of treason. And now, their brutal ordeal is over, and they're free. Moments ago, the families and I were able to speak to them on the telephone from the Oval Office. They're out of Russia. Earlier today, they were flown to Turkey, and soon they'll be wheels up on their way home to see their families. This is an incredible relief for all the family members gathered here. It's a relief to the friends and colleagues all across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined in difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well. These 16 prisoners from Russia that Russia has released include 4 Americans, 5 Germans, 7 Russian citizens who are political prisoners in their own country. One of those Russians runs a human rights organization, Memorial, which won a Nobel Prize in 2022. Putin threw him in prison for voicing opposition to the war in Ukraine. 4 others work with Alexei Navalny, political opposition leader who died in Russia prison this year. Now they can live safely abroad and continue their work of advocating for democracy if they so choose. This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up and they stood with us. They stood with us. And they made bold and brave decisions, released prisoners being held in their countries who are justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home. So for anyone who questions whether allies matter, they do. They matter. And today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world. Friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon, especially on matters of great consequence and sensitivity like this. Our alliances make our people safer, and we began to see that again today. Let me say this. It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world. It also says a lot about us that this deal includes the release of Russian political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well. That's who we are in the United States. We stand for freedom, for liberty, for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. And that's why all Americans can take pride in what we've achieved today. I want to thank everyone in my administration who helped make this happen. Our work did not start just on day one. It started before day one. During the transition, I instructed our national security team to dig into all the cases of hostages being wrongfully detained, which were inherently, well, we inherited them from the prior administration. I wanted to make sure we hit the ground running, and we did. As of today, my administration has brought home over 70 Americans who were wrongfully detained and held hostage abroad, many since before I took office. Additionally, I issued an executive order in 2022 authorizing penalties like sanctions and travel bans on those who hold Americans against their will. And my State Department has introduced new warnings for Americans about the risk of being wrongfully detained by a foreign government. Deals like this one come with tough calls, and there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad. And so we'll continue to work for the release of all wrongfully detained Americans around the world. Let me end where I began, with Paul, Evan, and also Vladimir and their families. They never gave up hope. We can't imagine what they've been through, all of you. Matter of fact, this lady right here, I think, was living in the Oval Office with us for a while. All kidding aside, can't imagine their joy right now. They're home. Tomorrow's a big day. The 13th birthday of Miriam. Miriam, where are you? Come here. You all know we have a tradition in the Biden family. We sing happy birthday on any birthday. You ready? All of you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miriam. Happy birthday to you. Remember, no serious guys till you're 30. God love you. She's all Sue's daughter. Now she gets to celebrate with her mom. That's what this is all about. Families able to be together again, like they should have been all along. So I want to thank you again to everyone who did their part. In just a few hours, we'll welcome home our fellow Americans. We're looking forward to that. God willing, we're going to be out at Andrews and get that done. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is a good day.
What did you say to them on the phone, sir? What did you say when they answered the phone on the other side?
I said, welcome almost home.
Other countries, these so-called abductor states, who said we're taking more Americans in order to get more of their prisoners held. How do you end these perverse incentives, sir?
Well, we're advising people not to go certain places. Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
Mr. President, these negotiations, and can you speak to the complexity of working with 6 countries to secure these releases?
Well, look, I'm not going to take the time now, but I'll do this later in the week. I particularly own a great sense of gratitude to the Chancellor. The demands they're making of me required me to get some significant concessions from Germany, which they originally concluded they could not do because of the person in question. But everybody stepped up. Poland stepped up, Slovenia stepped up, Turkey stepped up. And it matters to have relationships. It really does. These things matter. Pardon me?
Could this improve relations with Russia? Is there any avenue for that after this prisoner exchange deal?
As my sister might say, your lips to God's ears, man.
Did you ever speak with Vladimir Putin about this, or would you be willing to speak with Putin now directly?
I don't need to speak with Putin.
Anyway. How did you weigh that decision of letting somebody out who sounds like got away with murder tonight?
I got home innocent people. Thanks. All right. Thanks, everybody. Father, look, you heard me say this before. I mean it. My dad had a simple proposition. Family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone. I can think of nothing more consequential. I mean it sincerely. And having lost family, not a different way, and not knowing what's happening, the circumstance with their accident, with health, it matters.
Mr. President, what did Germany ask for in response for their cooperation?
Nothing.
President Biden.
What did Chancellor Scholz say?
President Trump has said repeatedly that he could have gotten the hostages out without giving anything in exchange. What do you say to that? What do you say to President Trump now, former president?
Why didn't he do it when he was president?
Sir, what did Chancellor Scholz say?
President Biden making his way out of the state dining room along with the family members of the prisoners who have been released. As you just heard the president restate, Paul Whelan, Evan Gershkovich, Alsu Kurmasheva, and Vladimir Kara-Murza are free as part of the biggest prisoner swap with Russia since the Cold War. 24 people involved, and many other countries. The president went out of his way to thank our allies in Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, all of whom were involved in this. In fact, Turkey provided the venue, the physical venue for the actual exchange here. If you were with us on YouTube, you watched as President Biden was joined by a couple of people who you know on this program. Alsu Kurmasheva's husband, Pavel, and their 2 daughters, Bibi and Miriam, were standing alongside Joe Biden. In fact, he had the room, as you just heard and saw, sing happy birthday to Miriam. We introduced you to Pavel and Bibi in a conversation here in this studio just about a month ago, when it became clear that his wife and her mother had been convicted wrongfully in Russia. To think that they're being reunited now is an incredible moment, and I'm glad that you can share it with us today on Balance of Power. We're live on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, where you can always find us by searching Bloomberg Global News. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, just blocks away from where that happened at the White House, and I'm joined by Mike Dorning, Bloomberg politics reporter and editor, who's with me and was listening alongside as the president took some questions there. This is a big moment for Joe Biden. He calls it a win. There were a couple of questions about the price that was paid here. A couple of Russian bad guys obviously went back home as well. How do you see this for progress by this administration?
Well, I mean, it was a great moment for Joe Biden because you saw two appealing facets of him. One, the kind of someone who sort of has a mastery of international relations and these great long-term personal relationships with many world leaders, and his ability and the ability of the people around him to put together a complex international deal.
Yeah.
And the other, this very strong sort of family loyalty that has always been a part of his persona, and certainly part of his public persona, and empathy for family suffering. So they were both sort of combined in one big public moment. And I'm sure that he feels good about this. Now, perhaps one reason why this might have happened is Putin knows he's no longer the Democratic nominee. So it's less of a boost for a Biden campaign now that he's no longer at the top of the ticket.
Well, interesting. He was asked about Donald Trump there. He couldn't resist turning back to the microphone to answer the question. He was asked, Trump says he could have done this without giving anything in return. He said he'd get him back in a day. And Joe Biden's answer was, well, why didn't he do it when he was in office? Now, I don't know that all of these could have been resolved in that same time period.
Yeah, I think some of them were,
went there, I think, a little bit later than that. But is that a fair reply?
I mean, it's a somewhat fair reply because some of these people were there like, why didn't he just get him released for nothing back then? And why wasn't he getting all these deals for nothing back then? It's a somewhat spurious claim that you could have gotten a deal for nothing, and he's just trying to rebut it.
Mike Dorning with us here in the clutch on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's great to have you, Mike. Thank you for weighing in on things here. Bloomberg politics reporter and editor. They're playing us out on something. I think it's time to get some news. World and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hi, Amy. Okay, we're not going to do that, apparently. I guess we're going to spend a little extra time together. Mike Dorning, I didn't mean to sunset you too early here.
I'm always happy to be
well,
here.
You may as well. I start hearing the music, I think I'm getting the hook. So, all right, music aside, tell us what's next in this presidential campaign, because there's going to be a response from Trump to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is going to show that part of his persona is the deal maker. Remember, he was introduced to the American public in part with the book, The Art of the Deal, and that's who he has always been. So he's going to fight back on this and argue that Biden gave away too much, certainly. And there are some very bad characters that we had to give back, or not we, Germany in particular had to give back to get these people released. So there would be legitimate criticism from critics of this deal who would say, hey, you gave back too many bad guys to get this. And then separately, whenever the U.S. is engaged in a deal to release hostages where we give anything in return, much less set up a deal of this scale, you're always going to say, hey, that creates an incentive for foreign countries or bad actors to just grab Americans and hold them as hostage. So that is going to be a criticism that now Putin has more incentive to grab Americans that go to Russia.
All right, Mike Dorning, we thank you again here at Bloomberg in Washington. That music means something, I just know it. We'll assemble our panel next with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, their take on what has emerged today, breaking just this hour in Washington, and more from the campaign trail on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The U.S. equity market continues to deteriorate. Right now, we are at the lows of the day with the S&P 500 index 54, down 67 points. A drop now for the S&P of 1.2%. The Dow now down 531 points, drop of 1.3%. Nasdaq down 331, a decline of 1.9%. 10-year below 4%, a 3.97%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.17%. Spot gold trading little change right now, up just 9 cents the ounce to $24.47. We'll call that flat on the day. And we have got West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%. WTI 77.09 a barrel. Bitcoin down 2.7%. 62,821 on Bitcoin. Stocks got hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting rates. This morning, we did get fresh data on U.S. manufacturing, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's rather ugly. U.S. manufacturing contracted by the most in 8 months in July. The report by the Institute for Supply Management shows falling orders and production led to a drop in factory employment, the largest loss in 4 years. Yet there is a favorable development. The data indicate U.S. manufacturers and their customers are preventing inventories from piling up to unhealthy levels. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Lots of moving parts to this market. Federal Reserve jobs report tomorrow, and of course earnings front and center after the close of trading today, when we will be hearing from Apple, Amazon, and Intel. All three of those names trading lower right now. Apple down 1.5%, Amazon also down 1.5%, Intel right now lower by 4.1%. Meta Platforms, after last night's report, holding on to a 5.4% gain. So again, recapping your 10-year, 3.97%, S&P down 70, a drop right now of 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg, with breaking news now confirmed by the President of the United States. If you were with us a short time ago, we had live remarks from Joe Biden at the White House confirming the release of Evan Gershkovich, Paul Whelan, Alsu Kramasheva, and Vladimir Kara-Murza as part of the biggest prisoner swap with Russia since the Cold War, involving 24 people and about a half dozen countries. The President acknowledging our allies and thanking them in Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, saying in the United States, we stand for freedom and liberty, for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. We assembled our panel today, having thought we'd be talking about, as I said earlier, the bitter edges of the presidential campaign, and we will get there as they carve out 2 hours for us each day to talk politics. But right now, this moment, with Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie, of course, political science professor at Iona and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. Great to see you both. Jeannie, this is a big moment for Joe Biden. Would it have happened if he had not dropped out of the race?
You know, I don't think we know, but we're still learning when this came about, which seems to be several months ago. But can I just say, what a moment for these families that were standing there. The little 12-year-old girl turns 13 tomorrow, crying after the president sings happy birthday to her. The Whelans talking about the fact the many years that they have suffered through this. I mean, what a moment for all of these families, and of course the prisoners who are coming home. In terms of Joe Biden, we are starting to learn that this has been in the works for a long time. I suspect it would have still happened regardless of whether he dropped out or not. And in fact, we heard, and I think this has to be verified, but the very day he withdrew from the race, he was on the phone talking to allies around the world to make sure that his withdrawal and changes going on domestically here and elsewhere didn't impact this deal, which was coming together. They were worried it might fall apart. So I suspect it would have come through either way, but what a moment for Joe Biden, but more importantly for these families.
Well, absolutely. And you're right, Jeannie, to see Alsu's husband, Pavel, and their daughters Bibi and Miriam. We introduced our listeners and viewers, as you well know, to Pavel and Bibi here in our studios a couple of weeks ago. It was pretty hard to keep it together watching all of that, Rick. A very poignant moment today for the administration, but also for the country, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is the kind of thing we want governments to work together on. Obviously, it was a massive effort by the White House and other countries to formulate a strategy to be able to make this exchange. Lots of people involved. I'd like to have a shout out to Vladimir Kara-Murza's family. He was very close to John McCain and has participated in very many McCain Institute programs over the years. In fact, was with us in Sedona, Arizona, just prior to returning to Russia to continue his work when he was arrested. So our prayers are answered. He's coming home, and I know he'll be welcomed by his family and many of us who think the work he has done has been very important.
You know, of course, the campaign is injected into this before Joe Biden even leaves the room. Reporters are asking questions, Jeannie, and the last one, it's always the last question, isn't it? He decided to hang around and answer the last question. It was about Trump, who says he could have done this in a day. The president went back to the microphone. It's like, man, the communications staff is having some tough memories here. What's he going to say? And it was a simple answer. Why didn't he do it when he was in office? How did that play politically?
You know, I think that is the response. We're already hearing from J.D. Vance that the reason this may have happened is because Russia feared Donald Trump coming into office. And of course, he's so much stronger than the Democrats would be. And of course, we know what Donald Trump will say. At least we can guess. He's going to say, you know, as he said, he could get this done in a day. Joe Biden gave away the farm. You know, this makes the world more dangerous. Putin would have listened to me. We know what he'll say. But Joe Biden's response was simple and accurate. You were in office from 2017 to 2020. Whalen, at least, was taken in 2018 or imprisoned in 2018. You had 2 years to do this and you didn't get it done. And, you know, one thing to remember about all of this, it doesn't happen at this scope with 7+ countries involved without really strong allies. And that is an argument I hope Democrats make on this. Donald Trump could not have made this agreement because it involved, for instance, the German chancellor, with whom he doesn't have a strong relationship at this point. So how was he going to get this done? Joe Biden did it because of his strong relationships with allies. So it is a difference as we talk about, you know, removing ourselves potentially from NATO or making them pay for what's happening in Ukraine. You know, all of these things we hear J.D. Vance and Donald Trump saying that, you know, we need to turn inward. When you turn inward, there's a cost, and that cost is things like this. We need allies to secure releases like this, and Joe Biden showed how that's done.
Well, what's your take on that, Rick? Because Joe Biden did go out of his way to talk about the power of alliances. He said, anyone who questioned if allies matter, they do. They matter. And he named Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, went out of his way again after to thank the chancellor. All of that, I guess, making the point that Jeannie was trying to there. Is that the takeaway today?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it. It wasn't the U.S. acts alone in a vacuum. In fact, maybe one of the most important aspects of our soft power around the world is our convening capability. There are very few countries who can assemble like that group that in many cases have a lot of existing animosity toward one another and pull them together in an exercise like this. And so our goodwill around the world is a commodity that it goes under noticed. And frankly, it's what protects us, because the best deterrent we have from countries like North Korea, China, Russia, being even more aggressive than they are, is our friends and allies around the world who are willing to help us secure peace. So absolutely is part of the message. And I think that it's something that we don't probably talk about enough, you know, in the United States. And let me just say, too, in 2017, Vladimir Kara-Murza was poisoned by Vladimir Putin. And Donald Trump did nothing in retribution to Vladimir Putin for that act. So regardless of what he says today about how tough he could be on Vladimir Putin, he let him get away with these kinds of acts of aggression, attack, in some cases murder, without much pushback at all.
A little reality check from Rick and Jeannie here. You know, Jeannie, I'll bring our listeners and viewers in on a little behind the scenes. We were supposed to be talking about Donald Trump right now at the NABJ, and you know, we're going to have time to get to that because that too was a remarkable moment on the campaign trail yesterday. But isn't it amazing that again, in this 12-minute long news cycle that we're in, our attention is moved by a major development, and in this case, something that transcends, I think, in importance to a lot of the bickering that we see and hear on the campaign trail. And I don't mean that in any specific reference to some of the things that have been said. But isn't it incredible how our attention comes away once again from the...
But I also think there are real serious policy considerations for the United States government here, Republican, Democrats, all of us alike, which is there has been a rise in state hostage taking, state imprisonments. We've seen that in Israel. I mean, not Israel. We've seen that in Russia, rather. We've seen it in Iran. We've seen it around the world. Those numbers are rising. We obviously still have prisoners captured by Hamas who are still there since October 7th with very little understanding of their health, their well-being, their status. So I do think the U.S. government has to have a serious policy consideration here. How do you move forward and ensure deals like this don't come at the, endangering all of us by, making us all more vulnerable as we go around the world, number one. And number two, how do you create a cost for these states who are taking innocent Americans around the world and holding them prisoner in exchange for something like this? Yeah. That's a serious consideration for all of us, regardless of party.
Rick, does this help Democrats in their association with success in foreign policy broadly, or is this a Joe Biden story?
You know, I think the rising tide carries all the boats. I think that this shows competency, which has been a foreign policy, national security issue within the Biden administration. Obviously, it's been an issue around other things like the economy. If the economy improves, the ticket improves, right? If the view on national security improves, it helps the ticket. I think that it is the kind of thing that for sure will help emblazon Joe Biden's legacy. But I do think there is a competency check today that will enhance Vice President Harris's campaign prospects.
You know, we learned, and I'm not sure we've had a chance to talk about it yet, that Joe Biden is going to headline the first night at the Democratic National Convention. We've had a couple of conversations about what are they going to do with the president at Kamala Harris's convention now. What night do they have him introduce her? I think some have suggested they try to keep him as far away from her as possible, and we now know it's a primetime slot on night one when we can probably all agree that the fewest number of people are watching. But this is the kind of tape we're going to see, right, Jeannie?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to see the greatest hits of Joe Biden. It's going to be exciting because I get to be there with you and Rick and Kaylee and everybody else. So I am looking forward to it. Maybe the president sits down with you and Kaylee and has a long chat about his legacy.
The questions we would ask. Rick, would you have put Joe Biden on Monday night at your convention? Is that good placement?
You know, it's a unique situation because not only is he the sitting president and he's unpopular, so that creates, different conflicts. But he actually, up until 10 days ago, was the candidate who was nominated by, the delegate, who were going to be nominated by the delegates at this convention. So I think you have to give the guy a break and give him a slot and let him knock himself out. He's got a story to tell about his administration, and for the Monday night of a convention, I think it's almost mandatory. But they run the risk of putting an intensely unpopular elected official in front of the American public, extolling their virtues.
Of course, Rick Davis had to deal with I don't know if it's a similar situation, but a whole different president at his convention. Rick Davis and Gidi Shanzano, our signature panel, with us back in hour 2. We're going to explore this breaking story about the prisoner swap a lot more. Kaylee will join us, and we'll talk again about the latest on the campaign trail. Donald Trump doubling down on the attacks, in some cases, racial attacks against Kamala Harris. We'll have more of it ahead, only on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
They are free. I'll sue Evan, Paul, and Vladimir. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. Americans released as part of the biggest prisoner swap with Russia since the Cold War, happening today. In fact, it broke just last hour here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington, D.C. Kaylee, some emotional moments as Joe Biden announced the swap from the White House with family members of the prisoners at his side.
Yeah, emotional indeed. At one point, joined by the daughter of Alsu Kurmasheva, who is turning 13 tomorrow. Miriam, he sung happy birthday to her. And what a birthday to have your mom come home after
Can't imagine.
months imprisoned in Russia, over a year even.
Alsu's case in particular has been one that we've talked about a lot because her husband, Pavel, and her other daughter, Bibi, spent time with us here on the broadcast. Pavel has spoken with us a couple of times. Kaylee, the last time we sat down, the four of us, was the same day that she was convicted. And they couldn't have imagined that we would be talking about this today.
Yeah, and of course, as we heard President Biden outlined, it took a lot of statecraft and tough negotiations involving many countries. This was not just the U.S. and Russia, but Poland, Slovenia, Norway, Turkey, Germany, all involved here. And of course, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz receiving a specific shout out from President Biden when he was answering questions after.
Of course, someone who's had a strained relationship with Donald Trump. And the former president did come up in reporters' questions about this because, of course, he said he could accomplish this in a day. Joe Biden responding, why didn't he do it when he was president? We're going to put together this story, of course, and all the latest from the campaign trail. We have a lot to cover over the next hour here on Bloomberg.
Indeed, we'll be joined by Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove, his White House correspondent, from us in just a moment. But first, of course, we got to start with a check on the markets, too. Charlie Pellet has that for us.
Right now, we are looking at a lot of red on the screen with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ bouncing off the bottom, but very close to session lows. Right to the numbers with the Dow Jones Industrial Average, now trading down 548 points. That is a drop of 1.3%. S&P 500 index a day after the Fed down 68, drop right now of 1.2%. And NASDAQ is down 333 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 2%, and the Russell 2000 even harder hit right now, that index down by roughly 3.1%. The 10-year below 4%, 10-year yield right now at 3.98%, the 2-year 4.19%, gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%, 24.42, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 77.21 a barrel on WTI. Stocks getting hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data this morning spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting rates. Earnings news, we've got earnings news, lots of reports. Meta Platforms up 5.1% right now. We've got Meta trading higher by $24. Apple will be reporting after the close of trading today. Apple down 1.5%, 218.70 right now on Apple. Amazon also reporting after the close of trading, down 1%. And Intel, right now we got Intel lower by just about down by now by 4.5%. Some of the other companies we're keeping an eye on after earnings. Shake Shack shares surging. We've got Shake Shack up now by 16.1%, and burger rival Wendy's down now by 1.4%. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all lower. S&P down 77, a drop right now of 1.3%. That 10-year bears repeating 3.98%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we woke up to some pretty incredible news this morning. The release of 4 Americans in a prisoner swap with Russia. 2 journalists, of course, included Evan Gershkovich and Alsu Kurmasheva, who have been imprisoned in Russia for some time now. We heard President Biden speaking about this at the White House just in the last hour.
This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again.
Joe Biden speaking from the White House a short time ago in remarks that we brought you live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. As we mentioned a short time ago, he was joined by family members of the prisoners being released. And glad to say we're joined here at the desk today by Bloomberg White House correspondent Josh Wingrove. Josh, we understand that this was of remarkable scale. 24 people, about a half dozen countries, the president speaking to the benefits of allies, of having friends around the world. How did he put this together?
This looks like it was weeks in the making, Joe. Biden feels strongly about this one. He arguably kind of deviates a little bit from mean with his predecessors and the priority of just simply bringing people home and was happy to be up there today announcing it. This involved pressure campaigns, or at least pleas to the German Chancellor in particular, but as well as other leaders, to put together this ordeal that they've announced today. We'll hear more details in the coming couple of hours here as well from the White House. But it's being celebrated as a big day. Paul Whelan in particular had been there for years and had been sort of the one that got away in previous deals that Biden had made, and had to make the tough call back then about whether to, take what they could then and try to get a deal later for Whelan. That's right. And then, of course, Evan Gershkovich had been there as well, and pretty high-profile case, particularly, of course, among all of us in the press. So this is a bit of fraught ordeal. You can only imagine the relief all the families feel, and details still coming out.
Yeah, certainly an emotional day as those families were flanking Biden when he gave this first speech that turned into a bit of a impromptu news conference. He was asked at one point about remarks that former President Trump has made, that he would have been able to get a better deal, that he could have done this in one day. The president's response was a pretty short, why didn't he do it when he was president? And it is worth pointing out, Paul Whelan in particular has been in Russia incarcerated since 2018.
Yeah, that's right. And Trump has been saying on the campaign trail that Gershkovich would come out, almost a gift to Trump, or at least like Putin would be scared of what Trump would do, would let him out. It's been a lot of rhetoric on this file. Some of the reporting is that Biden had been working on this, including on the very day that he announced that he would not run again. Just to give you a sense of the sort of priority that he was putting on this, on a day when he was making arguably the most consequential decision of his political life, he was also working the phones to put together this deal. So just a very big moment for him. And Biden has, in the past, brushed aside the concerns from national security experts who raised the sort of question of whether trades like these create an incentive for more Americans to be grabbed. You heard Biden allude to that a little bit today, saying the travel advisories, or how they hope that fewer Americans go to places where that could be the case, including Russia. But it's a delicate issue. But if you go up to the think tanks, not so many blocks from here, that's the tension in this community of what you're willing to pay and how you balance getting people home with creating or managing the risk that bad actors will simply grab more Americans as bargaining chips.
Well, there's a lot to talk about here about the political implications of this, questions about whether it would have happened if Joe Biden had not stepped down. That's the direction the Trump campaign is taking, that just the impression of a potential Trump presidency was enough for Putin to let these guys go. Is there a lasting effect for Democrats, or for just Joe Biden alone?
I think this is exactly the kind of stuff that Biden wants to do with his last 6 months. And it's not clear whether him not being on the campaign trail gave him the elbow room to sort of get this done, seal the deal. Time will tell, I suppose. But this is the kind of thing that he wants to do to drive contrast. And he's always said to Kamala Harris, I'll do whatever you want to do. Well, so far that's been kind of staying a little bit out of the limelight, being president in the Oval, but not necessarily in front of a lot of TV cameras. That could always change. But Harris has really been the one out there touring. So I think Biden will drive Trump contrasts wherever he can, and certainly we'll see that there. But I don't want to leave the impression that I'm saying that was his guiding light on this. Joe Biden believes in his bones about this stuff, and he really dislikes what I alluded to earlier, the conversations about the other side of the coin of the potential trade-offs. He doesn't see it that way. He thinks that whatever the price to bring an American home is the price you pay.
Just while we're talking about Vice President Harris, do we know what role she played in all of this? If she was in the room for these negotiations, how was she involved?
There's some reporting that she was involved in particular with the talks with the German Chancellor at the Munich Security Conference, if memory is serving me. They're, of course, trying to bolster her foreign affairs, cred as she sort of steps into the mantle of Democratic standard bearer. So it looks like it was a sort of full court press, other top Biden officials involved with it as well. The VP, I think, will claim rightfully some credit from this, or at least get some credit from this. But it was these kind of things are just complicated. They take months to put together. So I don't think I think if Joe Biden himself were sitting here, he said no one person gets all the credit, including himself. But this is it's a big day, and again, those families just must be feeling such relief, including the 13-year-old girl who also had to balance the embarrassment of being. So I remember being 13. That's a tough moment. A tough moment.
There were a lot of emotions she was feeling.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. A lot of things going through her head.
Watching. Try that.
Yeah.
Spending time with Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg White House correspondent, who, of course, always has his eyes on the campaign trail and some important reporting that you've had on the vetting for a running mate. This is all we're going to talk about for the next couple of days, save a wonderful story like this. I won't press you on a timing for an announcement. Everyone's got a take on this. But some actual meetings are taking place now, we've understood, including one with the governor of Pennsylvania. A lot of folks think he's already got the job.
Certainly, we expect an announcement in the coming days. I mean, she has said she's going to start a tour with her pick Tuesday.
Yeah.
So
And where are they doing that?
Starting in Philly.
Interesting.
So, yes. However, I will note that previous picks have launched in states that aren't their own. So there are people that are downplaying the tea leaf reading. There's one big tea leaf here, right? Will the home state governor be there for the launch of her VP tour on Tuesday? Now, our reporting is that Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor, is one of the top tier candidates and met yesterday, not clear whether virtually or not, with members of the Harris team as opposed to the vice president herself. This is both a milestone, but also being cast as part of the process. The other two are Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. That our reporting is that they are sort of the top tier, or at least have been the top tier. So right now, it looks like this is proceeding apace. Harris has said as recently as Tuesday that she hasn't made a decision. Of course, she was on the road yesterday, gave a speech in Texas responding to Donald Trump at a black sorority of all places, given the day that Donald Trump had yesterday. And so, it's not clear that she's done face-to-face interviews. I can't imagine how they would have pulled that off in the last 24 hours, but interviews are progressing. Certainly Shapiro seems to be the top of the ticket. Here are the cases for all three. For Shapiro, it's more or less delivering Pennsylvania, arguably the most important of all the swing states, but also strong on the stump. As well, strong record as a governor. Walz, similarly, governor, a bit more of a fan, or a bit more popular among progressives, has done a lot of things there that Democrats wish would happen federally, things like school lunches and sort of kitchen table type progressive movements. He also is pretty skilled on TV in a way. He's kind of talked himself into the top tier a little bit. Senator Kelly, of course, bipartisan appeal, comes from the swing state himself, just like Shapiro, and in particular on the border, which is a weakness for Kamala Harris, that she's going on the offense on in the last couple of days, trying to hit Trump over killing that border bill, which of course he did. That would signal an emphasis that she wants to fight back on the border as well. So that's the issue. The Senate seats are tough to give up. That's definitely as we ask
especially
what people
in the
think.
battleground.
Yeah, exactly. So that has to be part of the calculus, I think, a little bit. But I think we'll know. We certainly will know before Tuesday. I hope my phone isn't blowing up as I say this, and that I'm missing something right now. But I don't.
I'm checking. No red,
I see no
red
headlines,
today.
Josh. I think we're good for now.
Right.
Will we have a full weekend? Jury's probably out on
What
that
is a
one.
full weekend anymore, Kaylee?
There is no
Don't know.
such
It's
thing.
been a
Wild
while
summer.
since
Not
we've
in July.
experienced that. Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg White House
Thank you.
correspondent, working through the weekends all the time for us here at Bloomberg. We appreciate it. And of course, working for us all the time as well, our Bloomberg Politics contributors, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, who are with us now. So, Rick, we just heard Josh outlining there that our reporting indicates Kamala Harris has got this list down to 3 people. You've been part of this process. How hard is it to go from 3 to 1 to the final selection, and to do so in the span of really less than 2 weeks we're talking here?
Yeah, I think that's actually the hardest process. And it's not always 3. Sometimes it's 4 and sometimes it's 6. But going from 25 to 12 is the easiest. 12 to the smaller number is usually kind of the next iteration. And that's hard, right? Because that's a lot of data and information. But this is really about the relationship at this stage between the potential vice presidential choice and the candidate herself. And that requires some, direct conversations, whether that's a telephone call, or a series of meetings. It can vary depending upon how much time you have. Kamala Harris does not have a lot of time. If you believe what they're trying to accomplish is a rollout between Monday, Tuesday, but by Wednesday in order to be able to be nominated telephonically, then they're right against the wall now. And so my guess is speeches are being written for whoever the ultimate nominee is. These conversations are critical to sort of rounding it down. Clearly, the three people that Josh was just referring to are eminently qualified to be on the ticket. And so I think the personal dynamic is probably the key differentiator at this stage.
Got some new polling here from Republican pollster Public Opinion Strategies, Jeannie, conducted for the Competitiveness Coalition. Pennsylvania, Harris at 48%, Trump at 45%. In fact, she's looking pretty good in Wisconsin. She's beating Trump by 5 in Arizona, 48 to 43. Maybe the states, maybe geography has nothing to do with this, and maybe to Rick's point, this is all about chemistry? Is that what we should be looking for?
You know, I think it's a combination of both. Nobody knows better than Kamala Harris how important a vice presidential pick is and how important it is that she finds somebody who she has chemistry with, can work with, and is loyal to her. She was loyal to Joe Biden, and look where she is now. So that's going to be important, but the states are arguably important. And, you know, as we look at these states, you know, the idea that she would go outside of some of these really key states, I think if she doesn't do as well in the end as she wants to and win, people would blame her for that choice. So it's an important pick. And so I think she is going to stick with the list that you're reporting on and that everybody has said are these top tier candidates who, as Josh was just saying, all bring some really positive things to her, whether they are states, whether they're chemistry, whether they're the ability to go on the media, to take the case to Trump. There's a whole host of things that these candidates bring for her.
Jeannie, we just have a minute left, but something else we were discussing with Josh is the involvement of the vice president in these negotiations, this prisoner swap with Russia we saw take place today. Do any of these individuals help burnish Harris tickets, foreign policy credentials, national security questions?
Yeah, I think they will. I don't think it's going to be a huge issue in the campaign, but I think definitely the fact that she is in the room, so to speak, the fact that she has a part of this, and this is a big win for the Biden administration, of which she is a part. All of those things will matter to voters.
Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature panel, in place on a breaking news Thursday with the prisoner swap being made official that Kaylee's referring to just in the last hour from the White House. 4 Americans, including Evan Gershkovich, set free today, which we'll be talking more about as we make our way forward, and certainly as well on the campaign trail. Kaylee, there's been a heck of a lot of news. And after Donald Trump's visit to the NABJ yesterday, Kamala Harris had a chance to speak. He doubled down, and so did J.D. Vance. We'll get into that coming up with the panel.
Yeah, questions of racial identity not escapable right now if you're the Trump-Vance campaign. And of course, we'll look to see how Kamala Harris herself handles this going forward. She talked about divisiveness yesterday. We'll have more ahead with our political panel right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
6:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the day once again on the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. The selling is intensifying with the S&P now down 1.5%, falling 84 points. The Dow is down 619, a drop there of 1.5%. NASDAQ is now down 2.3%, declining by 412 points, while the NASDAQ 100 index is down 2.5%. The Russell 2000 lower by 3.4%. Broad-based selling here. 10-year below 4%, with the 10-year now yielding 3.97%. The 2-year 4.18%. Gold down 0.3%, 24.30 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude now lower by 1.2%, 76.99 for a barrel of WTI. Stocks getting hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting interest rates. Earnings news, we heard from Shake Shack this morning, and Shake Shack shares, they're up 16%. Wendy's down now by 1.8%. Again, recapping, stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. S&P down by 1.5%. Apple and Amazon, of course, after the close of trading. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at where things stand in the trading day as of 1:23 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where nearly 24 hours ago, we were all captivated watching the screen as Donald Trump took part in a mediated conversation at the National Association of Black Journalists Conference in Chicago and made a few remarks that stood out. But of course, let's remind you of the big one.
I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly. Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
That was yesterday, and we had a conversation a short time later with the congressman from Missouri, Emanuel Cleaver, a Democrat, of course, who was once chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. His reaction.
We are in a really awful situation. I mean, what the president said, and I don't think he gets it, and I hope somebody close to him will explain it. It was offensive, it was racially raunchy, and it was not becoming of a head of state.
Move forward a couple of hours, and Donald Trump doubles down on Truth Social. Quote, "Crazy Kamala is saying she's Indian, not black. This is a big deal, stone cold phony," unquote. J.D. Vance, his running mate, on the stump last night, referring to Kamala Harris as a phony, having a chameleon-like nature. And so there are many questions about where this rhetoric is going and exactly how Kamala Harris should respond to it, what it means about the political discourse in this country. And we're joined right now by a Democratic member of Congress from the important swing state of Wisconsin. Gwen Moore is with us from Wisconsin's 4th District. And Congresswoman, I want to welcome you back to Bloomberg TV and radio. What do you make of this conversation in 2024?
Well, thanks for having me. You know, I think, to be fair to Donald Trump, with the black journalists, it was a hard crowd. And to be fair to the journalists, they had a very hard respondent. I think Donald Trump, we have to give him credit for really hitting all of his messaging points to keep people in fear of losing their jobs because of, you know, the immigrants are overrunning the border and taking black jobs, and that they are overrunning the borders, that they're criminals and rapists, that they're killing people. A real exaggeration. And I wish this, you know, fact check in real time had been the journalists interrupting him, because people believe that. And I think fear and xenophobia and a fear of white people being overrun by others, he was able to stay on message despite the very tough crowd that he was talking with. And of course, the black journalists themselves were scratching their heads, wondering why they had even invited him. So,
yeah, well,
you know,
certainly,
I don't think it changed anybody's minds either way.
Well, certainly, Congresswoman, we saw things get combative a few times, specifically with Rachel Scott of ABC, who did try to fact check the former president at multiple times throughout the conversation. And it actually did seem that what set the whole thing off was her introductory question, in which she repeated a number of statements around black individuals, black journalists that Donald Trump had made, and asked him essentially why someone considering, a black voter considering whether or not to cast that vote for him in November should make of that kind of rhetoric. What would you tell a black voter considering whether or not to vote for Donald Trump or instead to choose Kamala Harris?
Well, you know, what the black journalists were trying to demonstrate, just listen to what he says. You know, it has me scratching my heads as to why any black person would vote for him, except for those people who are exceptionally wealthy, or except for those rappers and so on who expect to be pardoned. But it's a curiosity. It's a curiosity why he even accepted the invitation to come. You have to give him credit for showing up for that very tough crowd. But again, I don't think anybody's minds were changed, and I think black voters who saw it probably that increased their resolve to vote for Kamala Harris.
I'm struck by your approach here, Congresswoman. I'm trying to follow what you're saying as closely as I can. I don't know if this is a little bit of reverse psychology, but are you giving Donald Trump credit for having continuity in being racist?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he sounded like a true believer that Mexicans and other people, criminals, were overrunning the border and taking black jobs. I doubt that they were taking any of the black journalists' jobs that were sitting in that room. But he did have a huge platform for scaring other black people who may be marginalized and inappropriately blame people who crossed the border. I mean, he had message discipline. He never got off of his big hits. He even when he said that Kamala, he didn't realize she was black until recently. She was pretending to not be black. Even then, he was sort of appealing to some segment of the black community who may not feel like she's black enough, even though she went to Howard University, had a black father. She joined the first black sorority installed in the United States. People, some black people who might have some very nationalistic views about what a black person ought to look like and be like and sound like. So he stuck with the grievance message. He stuck with the others message. He stuck with the victimhood message. And that, unfortunately, has appeal to some people. I do think he was talking to his supporters. His supporters might have been gleeful about him pushing back against these black women and talking over them. Yeah. And I'm sure that they were very pleased with his performance.
Okay, so that's Donald Trump's message, Congresswoman. I also would like to ask you about the message the vice president could be bringing next week when she's planning to visit your home state of Wisconsin alongside her vice presidential pick, whomever that may be. What message wins Wisconsin for her? And is there a vice presidential pick that you think would be most likely to aid her in that effort in Wisconsin?
I think Wisconsin is very willing and able statewide to elect a Democrat to the presidency. I think that we have had enough of Donald Trump, and even the Republicans, and we have seen the performance in so-called Republican areas improve for Democrats statewide. So I do think that Kamala, with whomever she picks, is going to be welcomed in Wisconsin. There's a lot of talk back and forth about who she ought to pick. I hope she picks someone with whom she has a good rapport, someone that she trusts, somebody that shares her vision. And I think there are a lot of great candidates of whom we've heard discussed over the networks in the past few days. I think any one of them would be very welcomed in Wisconsin.
All right. Well, we should find out within the next few days. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We always appreciate your time. That is Congresswoman Gwen Moore of Wisconsin. Thank you. And let's turn back now in our final moments with our political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, are still with us. So, Jeannie, I would love to just get your reaction to what we just heard from Congresswoman Moore. This idea that Donald Trump may have been racist yesterday, but at least he was consistent and disciplined about that message. What do you think?
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. I think, my impression, and I would assume the representative might agree with this, is it was the old Donald Trump we've all gotten used to. There was nothing new there. He's struggling in the polls. He's struggling to find a way to go after the Democrats and Kamala Harris in particular. And he needed to get the news back on him. And so he did his typical, whether it's birtherism or attacking somebody, he did that yesterday. And so there was nothing new. In fact, Kaylee, I kept thinking, I think the Democrats should adopt a new slogan, which is, it's not 2016 anymore. This is old. We need something new from him, and they're not getting it. So that was my take on it.
Rick, I mentioned what Donald Trump posted on Truth Social after he made the remarks at the NABJ. Crazy Kamala saying she's Indian, not black. This is a big deal, stone cold phony. Is this the path to losing the election?
Look, I know there are a lot of Republicans. John Thune mentioned this, that these are inappropriate comments and that we ought to be talking about the issues that Republicans have an advantage on, the economy, the border, and why he would go on a show like that, which would be seen by a lot of black voters and be disparaging of someone's, ethnic background, regardless of how you call it, is phenomenal to me. And of course, he uses the same trope that, well, I barely know her, except that he wrote a campaign contribution to her when she was a Democrat as a black candidate. And so I think he knows a lot more than he leads on. And so, yeah, I think the Republican Party would rather him be talking about the issues of the day that advantage the campaign than going down this sort of rabbit hole on, frankly, kind of reverse woke cultural battles that, nobody thinks is actually as relevant today as it was maybe back in 2016.
Reverse woke. That's a good one. That's a new one. Even Senator Tommy Tuberville didn't want anything to do with this. The coach from Alabama, quote, "I ain't getting involved in that. Let him talk about what he wants to talk about," unquote. That's where we are in American politics today, Kaylee. But I will point everyone back to the remarkable news that we started this hour with, and that is the release of 4 Americans as part of a huge prisoner swap with Russia. That also happened today.
Yeah, and as the president said, good news, and especially good news for the families that were with him at the White House. So a remarkable day in Washington. We're glad to spend some of it, as always, with our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Thank you both so much, and we'll have more ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ deeply in the red again. Worst level of the day. S&P 500 index down 95 right now at 54.26 for the S&P, a decline of 1.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 633 points for the Dow, a drop right now of 1.5%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 490 for NASDAQ, a decline now of 2.8%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, by far the underperformer, down now by 3.4%. The 10-year below 4%, 3.97%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.17%. Spot gold down $9 the ounce, down 0.4%, 24.37 on gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 76.73 for a barrel of WTI. Meta Platform shares, though, on a down day for the rest of the market. We've got Meta holding on to a gain now of 3.9%. After the close of trading, we will be hearing from Apple, down now by 2%, Amazon down 1.8%, and also reporting will be Intel, that stock now lower by 5.3%. So again, recapping here, 10-year Treasury yields breaking below 4%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ deeply in the red, with the S&P now down by 1.7%. Balance of Power continues now, the Thursday edition. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where today we have been talking a lot about some pretty momentous news. A prisoner exchange with Russia involving dozens of individuals, including 4 Americans who had been detained, who are now on their way home. That includes journalists also Kumasheva, Evan Gershkovich, and of course former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. We're just hearing now from U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who is speaking to reporters. He says that Evan and Paul are expected back on American soil tonight. He says that President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will greet them after they were released in this swap. But also some interesting news from Jake Sullivan when it pertains to the other thing we're watching, which is escalating tensions in the Middle East. Jake Sullivan says that President Biden will be speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu later today.
Once again, Joe Biden, finding himself in a position to call for calm and a proportionate response. In this case, coming from Iran. Kaylee, the IDF, we're told, is bracing for revenge right now, gaming out options on what might come back to Israel from Iran following the strike that killed the political leader of Hamas in Tehran itself. They have vowed revenge. It's not a question of whether this will happen, but to what extent it will happen. And we want to talk to Kelly Grieco about this, among some of the other geopolitical stories that we're following. F-16s have just started arriving in Ukraine, for instance. Kelly, senior fellow at the Stimson Center's Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy program, and it's great to have you back. Kelly, you talked to us back in April about the risk of a wider regional conflict when Israel was bracing at that point for retaliation, once again, from Iran. Will the U.S. and Israel be able to diffuse it like they did back in April?
Well, thank you for having me. Certainly deja vu all over again. We're rolling the dice again. I think there are a couple of things. This is similar in some ways to what happened in April, that we're bracing for another attack, likely an attack directly on Israel. But there are some really important differences that make me more concerned about being able to manage it. One is that from Iran's perspective, this is a massive deterrence failure. They had hoped when they launched the April attack in response to when Israel conducted strikes against an embassy compound, killing some Iranian senior commanders. They had hoped that massive 300 drones and missiles barrage would act as a deterrent, preventing Israel from doing something else, particularly something against Iran directly, and that hasn't worked. So they're going to feel a need to do something more escalatory to send that signal, that message to deter Iran moving forward. And of course, that makes this very dangerous. And then we add to it the humiliation piece for Iran, that this happened right in Tehran, in the senior government. They're celebrating an inauguration, and that's a dangerous combination.
Well, so Kelly, if we are comparing this moment to what we saw back in April, there was also a narrative after that failed attack that Iran sent, those drones and missiles pretty much all intercepted by Israel, the U.S., and other allies, that it showed a failure on the part of Iran. What else does Iran potentially have to throw at Israel here? Have we seen the full extent of their capability?
Yeah, so I would say two things. I think we should be cautious about what happened in April because as someone who studies air power really closely, that looked a lot like what I would call operational theater. If they were serious about penetrating Israeli airspace, air defenses, you do not send your slowest drones first, alerting us that we have a 4-hour, 6-hour, notification that there's an attack starting, right? They would have started with ballistic missiles. They did quite the opposite, starting with the slowest thing. And so I think they were actually intending to a large degree for these things to be intercepted, sort of a display of force. I don't know if we're going to see that this time. This might be, a much more serious, sophisticated attack that's harder to defend against. And then I think we add to that, which is, as you're saying, which is there's other options here. This was calibrated last time. They did not involve proxy actors, whether that's in Lebanon or Syria or Yemen. So that's another option as well. It could be a more sophisticated attack. It could be a larger coordinated attack with proxies in the region.
Will we see the U.S. and allies providing the same defense role that we saw last time, actually knocking missiles out of the air on behalf of Israel?
Yeah, so yesterday Secretary Austin was asked about it, and he said that we would again stand by Israel and defend it. It sounds like the United States is prepared to do that again. I do think there are real questions, though, about whether we'll see the same kind of coordination we saw last time with Saudi Arabia and Jordan in particular that allowed us to intercept things in their airspace. They've all sent out statements condemning Israel's actions. I think this makes it harder for them to repeat that from last time. And the other thing I just add is this is very expensive for us, the United States, when we're using these kinds of interceptor missiles that we really need in other theaters, whether it's Ukraine or it's the Indo-Pacific. So I think there's a question, too, just about how many more times are we going to actually be able to do this in support of Israel?
Well, which gets us back to our own defense industrial base, which was so much the question in the debate over aid for Ukraine. And certainly we've even heard the likes of vice presidential nominee on the Republican side, J.D. Vance, talking about how the U.S. should be reserving more of its ammunitions and power for other areas in need other than Ukraine. On that subject, though, Kelly, of course, in addition to the theater we're talking about in the Middle East, there is still the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. And we got the news yesterday that the first round of F-16 deliveries have made it to Ukraine from NATO allies. How quickly will those jets make a difference?
I don't think they're going to make much of a difference. And that's, we know that there are probably about 6 or so pilots that are graduating this summer. By the end of the year, it'll be about 20. And usually it's 2 pilots per aircraft is sort of the rule of thumb. So maybe about 10 aircraft at most will be operating by the end of the year. It's a fairly small number. But I also just think that the F-16 capabilities, you see the Ukrainians kind of walking back some of their earlier statements about how impactful these would be, that they're not going to be able to use these to sort of gain air superiority and be able to, support ground troops on the ground close to the front lines because of Russian air defenses. So it's going to be really limited to more of an air defense role, perhaps, intercepting some cruise missiles and drones if they're able to successfully do that. So, it's expensive, these F-16s, but the actual impact on the battlefield, I fear, will be quite limited.
I don't know if my eyes are right, Kelly, but for our listeners on Bloomberg Radio, that appears to be a picture of a Spitfire you have framed behind you there in your office. And of course, the legendary aircraft that helped to win the Battle of Britain. What then is Ukraine's Spitfire, if not these?
You have a very good eye, first of all, because you are correct, the Spitfire. I would say it's mobile ground-based air defenses. Things like the Patriot, the NASAMS that we've sent. Those have been the critical for them in keeping back most of Russia's Air Force at bay, because they can move them and they can shoot and they can scoop. Of course, the challenge is we only have so many interceptor missiles. We were just talking about this in reference to Israel. So there is some idea that perhaps the F-16s can help to take a little bit of that doing it in an air-to-air role. It's a very expensive way to do that. But it's really been these mobile ground-based air defenses. And I would just say, looking at how important they have been, and they've been a challenge for the United States to find these kinds of things in other war zones and locate them and destroy them. We should be thinking about this. We don't have enough, clearly, on the United States side, getting back to the defense industrial base. And we really need to start making smart investments, prioritizing air and missile defense.
How long does it take for those investments to actually come to fruition, though, Kelly? What kind of timeline realistically are we considering here, and what kind of resources?
Yeah, I mean, this is a real concern, right? We're talking multi-years. The number of, they're trying right now for the Patriot, for example, to increase the number of interceptors at around 500, maybe to get to 750. But already they're starting to find, even with that goal, things that they're not supply shortages, like very particular parts there are shortages. And, Japan was trying to ramp up some of the missile production, and the same thing, like they can't do it because of a certain part having a shortage. And so there are all these bottlenecks in the defense industrial base, all the components, and not just the assembling of the part itself. And so this is really a multi-year effort to figure out how to resolve this and where to prioritize those efforts as well. Like, where are the central areas that we should really be trying to ramp up the defense industrial base? And I would just argue that air and missile defense is certainly one of those top priority areas.
Kelly, I just want to get back to where we started here before we let you go, and that's, of course, the situation in Israel. What's the critical window here? Do you give this the weekend to resolve? When will we see something?
Yeah, so I think there's a likelihood we could see it this weekend. I think the longer this gets delayed, the better. The one concern that I have is I feel like the Biden administration's response has been a bit sluggish to these events. And I don't know if it's because of the swap of prisoners with Russia, that a lot of the team was focused on that. But, we haven't seen, as far as I know, no one's been sent to the region to try to, do shuttle diplomacy like last time. And so I'm hoping, very quickly we're going to see some of that might even buy us some time before Iran responds. But it could be as soon as this weekend.
Well, we do know, as I mentioned at the top of this segment, Jake Sullivan says President Biden will be speaking with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Is that likely to be an advice call, Kelly, or is that a reassurance call that the U.S. will be there for Israel, whatever comes its way?
Yeah. I feel like it should probably be a grievance call first. Perspective. I mean, he's been working, and his team has been working to try to get a ceasefire to release hostages, and it seems to have been very, very close. And in fact, Israel seems to be the party that pulled back away from it. And of course, Israel has now effectively killed one of the people that was involved in the negotiations. And so I think it's going to be really hard to get a ceasefire deal. And I think that's something the administration really wanted. And now not only is there not a ceasefire probably, but we're back at the real danger of a regional war. And I can't imagine the Biden administration is particularly happy, but they've also tied themselves so closely to Netanyahu that they don't really have as much of a choice but in some ways to support him. And it seems like that is something Biden administration is prepared to do, including defending with U.S. military power.
All right, Kelly Grieco, sobering conversation, but thank you so much, as always, for joining us from the Stimson Center, where she is a senior fellow with the Reimagining the U.S. Grand Strategy Program. Obviously, a lot of the day today, Joe, taken up by considerations of geopolitics with what's happening in the Middle East, but also, of course, the prisoner swap with Russia. And there's still much more ahead today, including after the bell, earnings from some big tech titans.
Big time. Apple, Amazon, Intel, all the same day. Our friends at Bloomberg Business Week have their work cut out for them. We're going to leave you in good hands because the building's going to shake around 4 o'clock. Tim Stenovich, Carol Masser, what are you guys watching? Carol, what's the big one that matters?
Well, I think both of them matter, and both, strategists are thinking about Apple and Amazon. We're first going to get Amazon just after 4 o'clock, and then Apple at about 4:30. But both of these have the power to basically shape the trade of the NASDAQ 100, which, right, Tim, it's been whipsawed as of late.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, we got a dose of earnings last week from 2 of the Mag 7, 4 more this week. With Apple, big questions around Apple Intelligence and what that's going to do for iPhone sales when that new model is released come September, or announced come September. So investors and analysts will be looking to that, and also looking at what's going on in China, guys.
Oh, yeah, we're always looking at what's going on in China, too.
said
So
it.
that'll be pretty revealing. Tim Stenovic and Carol Masser on Bloomberg Business Week. Looking forward to the conversations. And, of course, we're going to have more coverage of that in the 5 p.m. hour when Joe and I will be back for the late edition of Balance of Power, in addition to, of course, talking more about the prisoner swap today and the ongoing presidential campaign, which has been completely upended in the last 11 days, Joe.
Not a lot of optimism at the moment. Apple's down 2%. Same for Amazon. We'll find out in a bit. And as Kaylee mentions, meet you back here at 5 p.m. for the late edition of Balance of Power. Thanks for spending time with us, as always, on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Thursday, August 1st, first trading day in the month of August. And It's an interesting one, Tim.
Yeah, a lot of red across the screen. We're going to get an update from Charlie Pellet in just a second. Suffice it to say, though, we see the NASDAQ composite down more than 2.3%.
We do indeed. And we've got some big tech earnings coming after the closing bell, just talking about with Joe and Kaylee. Apple and Amazon reporting after the market close. Keep in mind, as Tim just mentioned, we do see stocks under pressure today. We've also seen some significant moves, investors moving into bonds at 10-year, moving below 4%. Haven't seen that in some time. This is after some weak economic data. So top of mind, we're going to ask, is the Fed maybe waiting too long to cut interest rates?
Also, on the equity side, we're watching Meta buck the sell-off and soar on upbeat earnings. And despite lots of spending, turns out it's bread and butter business. That would be selling ads on those apps that so many people use each and every day. Is doing just fine.
Doing just fine. Also a good day, according to President Biden. This, as we look at the geopolitical front, a major prisoner swap between Russia and the United States. So we ask, what is Russian President Vladimir Putin up to? We're going to get an update on that in just a moment.
And Bill Ackman's IPO dream implodes. We give you the latest on that.
It's one of our most read stories on this Thursday. First up, guys, let's get to the trade and the selling that we're seeing on Wall Street. Let's turn things over to Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. We got lots going on, and we got you covered here on Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, very much in the red. We are off session lows, but still on the S&P, down by 83 points, a drop right now of 1.5%. Dow Industrials dropping 612 points, down 1.5%. Tech stocks faring a lot worse. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 2.39%, with the NASDAQ 100 index now down by 2.5%. Broad-based selling today, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, that index now tumbling by about 3.2% on the Russell 2000. 10-year, as Carol mentioned, below 4%, 3.97%. The 2-year, 4.17%. Gold, lower a little change, down $7 the ounce to $24.40. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4% now, $76.79 a barrel on WTI. Earnings front and center. Meta Platforms still holding on to a 4.5% gain. Rest of the market selling off, and those big tech names after the close of trading. Apple right now down 1.6%. Amazon also down 1.5%, and Intel tumbling by 4.6%. Recapping, stocks lower, close to session lows. S&P down 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. All right, Charlie, with the overview on the financial trade, got to get back to Treasury yields falling after the latest batch of economic figures signaled further cooling. It did prompt traders to project 3 Federal Reserve cuts this year. As for the U.S. Treasury, that 10-year yield falling below 4%, Tim, to its lowest since the month of February.
Just 24 hours ahead of the U.S. jobs report, data showed unemployment claims hit an almost 1-year high, and worker productivity beat forecast. It did help temper growth in labor costs and added to evidence of diminishing inflationary pressures. U.S. manufacturing activity shrank in July, Carol, by the most in 8 months.
Yeah, there's a lot coming at investors. All right, so let's get to it, to the economic and U.S. rate backdrop. That's where we go. Back with us is Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. He's right here in our studio, along with Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist Ira Jersey. He's out there at BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Ira, let's talk about this move, first of all, on that 10-year note, below 4%. How significant is it technically and fundamentally, and is there maybe momentum to push even yields lower?
So I would say that 4% itself is more of a psychological number, but there was a technical level just above that when we broke through, you definitely saw some shorts basically needing to unwind and probably some stops getting hit as well in some futures. And yeah, I do think we have more to go. It's very possible, you know, our forecast for the end of the year is for the 10-year to end at 3.8%. And that's predicated, you know, not only on do we get 2 or 3 cuts this year, but it's more, what is the path then beyond that? You know, do we wind up getting a much deeper cutting cycle by the Fed, and do we have a weaker economy? And I think that both of those things are possible, and it's one of the reasons, you know, we do think that Treasury yields will be lower at the end of next year as well as the end of this year from where they are today.
So, Stuart, come in on this and talk a little bit about the U.S. economic data story today that's actually driving the trade lower, specifically when it comes to the labor market. The Fed and Jay Powell reminded us yesterday, it's watching this data. Is the Fed behind the curve? Is it behind the ball a little bit with not cutting rates yet?
If we're looking strictly from a labor market perspective, the Fed is a little bit behind the ball. We have seen the unemployment rate rising, now reaching for 4.1%. It's pretty close to crossing that SOM rule threshold, that real-time recession indicator that folks look at. We saw ADP data this week that was pretty dismal. The employment line item within the ISM manufacturing survey was also a real drag on the headline index this week, again, indicating that manufacturing payrolls are getting hit, and all ahead of the jobs report tomorrow, which we're expecting is going to show a material slowdown in the pace of hiring to about 140,000 jobs added in July. Now, July can be a little bit chunky with auto retooling, and we think that that's probably playing into some of the manufacturing numbers. We also had the effect of the Hurricane Beryl, early in the month. We saw that contribute pretty meaningfully to jobless claims in Texas. But even if you just zoom out and you just look at the trend and you look at the change in the unemployment rate over the last year or so, the Fed does look to be a touch behind the ball. So we do expect to see 2 cuts this year.
Does Jay Powell pay attention to the SOM rule? He was asked about it. He said, I'm aware of it, calls it a statistical regularity. I don't know what that means.
So it's an empirical observation. There's no theoretical basis for any explanation as to why the 3-month moving average of the unemployment rate rising 0.5 percentage point above the 12-month low would mean that it accelerates thereafter. But it happens, right? It happens very regularly. In fact, every time it's happened in the post-war period, it's been an indicator that we're in the early months of a recession. So I'm sure he's very aware that the real-time indicator is just 0.07% away from crossing that recession threshold. So even if he sort of fades it during the press conference, it matters.
Hey, Ira, today's rate moves, the economic reports that keep coming at us and coming just 24 hours after the latest Fed decision lead you to what conclusions about, you talked to us about your expectations in terms of the U.S. rate environment, but, are you concerned that, the Fed could be behind and that we could see a little bit of a recession here?
So I think that we will have a recession. We've actually been in that camp for most of the year. It's a matter of when. It's and how severe it is. And I think that that's the worry that the Fed has to have. But at the same time, like until the very recent data, if you look at the whole mosaic of all of the data that's been coming out, until the last month or so, you haven't seen the kind of slowing that really concerned you that we were heading into a recession. Like everything else looked a little bit more like it could be a mid-cycle slowdown, it could be a recession. We're not quite sure. But I think the data the last couple of weeks in particular has been pretty clear that we are, like Stuart mentioned, in the early months of a recession, and that means that the Fed is going to have to respond to that. And in fairness, he did yesterday, right? So even though Jay Powell's opening remarks were reasonably balanced, the Q&A was, at least the way that I listened to it, was unequivocally dovish, and basically saying like, look, we're going to cut unless we have a reason not to cut, and so that means that September's now in play, regardless of the potential political ramifications. And if we continue to have weak data, like we had today with ISM on employment, which was like Stuart said, abysmal. The prices paid index went up a little bit. The market kind of looked through that and looked at things like new orders, which again slipped. So all of this, all of the incoming data, at least recently, has really been a bit disappointing, except for 1 or 2 very lagged indicators like GDP, which you're looking at April, right? We're well beyond April.
Okay, well, before we get to the next data point in August, at least the next time we hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell, in the context of Jackson Hole, which would be August, Stuart, we have tomorrow the employment report, the July jobs numbers. What do we need to know? What does our investing audience need to know? And how could a number that comes in particularly hot or particularly weak change the outlook for the Fed come September?
So we're expecting to see about 140,000 jobs added. We're a bit more pessimistic than most folks out there on Wall Street who, on average, expect 175,000 jobs added. In any event, it's a material slowdown from 206,000 jobs added in June.
It's a different tone, different trend, right?
That's right, it is. And we're not seeing the sort of major revisions to past month data that we saw throughout 2023 and a bit in 2022. So we are seeing this material slowdown in the pace of hiring. Hiring is getting to be a little bit more chunky. Some of it's affected by things like weather, some of it's affected by things like auto retooling, but the trend is for softening. We see that most in the household survey where the unemployment rate has been rising, and so we're expecting wage pressures to fade.
One thing I want to ask both of you, and let me go to you, Ira, first, that when things start to deteriorate economically, whether it's in the labor market or, the U.S. statistics that track the economy, do they start to kind of, okay, and then start to fall apart? I mean, and is this cycle potentially a little bit different than other cycles, dare I ask?
Well, I think every cycle has its unique qualities, and then also rhymes with some past cycle, right? So that's always going to be the case. There is the potential that things could fall off the cliff very quickly, right? So if you have animal spirits, and maybe one reason why the SOM rule tends to work is when people see that their customers are starting to lose their jobs, that businesses are loath to hire and might even lay off people, right? So it winds up being the whole animal spirits debate that occurs. Now, from the market perspective, the market is already anticipating a meaningful slowdown and Federal Reserve cuts. And my view just happens to be, and maybe I'm a little bit more pessimistic than my colleagues at Bloomberg Economics like Stuart and Anna, but at the end of the day, if we do go into a deeper recession, the market will probably reprice, at least for some period of time, even lower interest rates than it is now, right? Right now, the market's expecting the Fed to cut to around 3.5%, 3.25%, but I suspect that eventually, at some point in the cycle, it'll have a two-handle on the Fed funds rate expectations.
Hey, Stuart, last 30 seconds. I mean, when things start to come undone, is it going to happen like all of a sudden things are going to fall off a cliff?
There is usually a little bit of convexity, as Ira said. I mean, I'm going to actually steal a turn of phrase from George Soros. The idea is reflexivity. Once you start seeing the unemployment rate rising and you start seeing it rise notably, folks start reining in their spending, businesses get a little bit nervous, maybe they start being a little bit more cautious about their expansion plans, and so an increase in the unemployment rate can beget further increases in the unemployment rate. And I think that that's what the major worry is. I think that's what it means when you cross that threshold. So.
Reflexivity. I haven't heard that in a while, but yeah, that's a favorite. Hey guys, thank you so much. Stuart Paul here in studio, U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics, and Ira Jersey, of course, our chief U.S. interest rate strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence out there at BI headquarters in Princeton. Now, that's your macro and rates world setup. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the equity world.
Yeah, as the big tech earnings parade continues, shares of Meta platforms off and running at its high, up 11%, up right now by 4.4%, the most in 6 months earlier. The nearly $1.3 trillion market cap mega cap reported better than expected sales in the second quarter, the fourth quarter in a row of more than 20% growth. It also gave an upbeat sales forecast after the close yesterday, signaling, Carol, that the company's investments in AI are helping it sell more targeted ads.
Yeah, their CapEx spend too, by the way, also moved up. With a roundup of the quarter and the AI trade that investors are obsessed about but increasingly scrutinizing. Back with us is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst Mandeep Singh right here in studio. Great to have you here. So is the rally, which at its high was up about 11%, we saw it in the aftermarket. We were trying to understand because we're like, the CapEx spend is up, but what they are showing in terms of what they're making on ads, that delivered, and is that why investors are happy?
I think a couple of things to call out here. One is Meta is uniquely positioned now with their large language model. And, it's hard to put it in numbers in terms of how much really that drove the growth in the quarter. But when you hear their earnings call, it wasn't about Metaverse. Metaverse is like not even in the reference once.
It's amazing.
It was all AI. And the fact that they have their own large language model and they are able to apply it to their family of apps, whether it's the Blue app, Instagram, WhatsApp, that was called, big adoption in the US here, and how they see that monetization. I mean, that was, to me, the standout thing. And that was a complete shift from 12 months back when they were just so upbeat on Metaverse. So clearly changing narrative. And look, you may say Reality Labs still lost $4.5 billion, but a lot of those investments are going towards integrating AI within their Ray-Ban glasses. So they are looking at the AI opportunity everywhere they are operating because of their own large language model.
Go ahead, Carol.
Well, but if advertising revenue had disappointed, still their bread and butter, we'd be having a different conversation.
Absolutely, but that's the thing about AI. It's all about data and compute, and Meta has a lot of that because of their scale. So that's why they're doing so well with that ad revenue, because they're applying that in their products, in their ad stack. I mean, they called out how their ad campaign management has become so much easier with generative AI tools, and advertisers are finding a lot of ROI in that.
It's very clear that the company has done a very good job pivoting to AI, but my question for you, Mandeep, is, was it a strategic mistake to rename this company Meta Platforms and publicly say, we're going all in on the metaverse, when it seems like they've made, at least internally, a real pivot to AI? And look, I know they're related, but we're not doing this in the metaverse yet.
I think the name change is all gone now. I mean, clearly they got a lot of slack for, the metaverse spend and the shift for a while. And look, we are still going through those easy comps. Second half, the comps get much tougher. So it'll be hard to sustain that 20% plus top line growth. But it was music to everyone's ears, the fact that, they've moved on from the metaverse, it seems.
Yeah, it really does seem like that. Yeah. One thing that they did call out, one thing that Mark Zuckerberg called out right at the beginning of the press release was these Ray-Ban glasses that you alluded to. How big of a product is that? How do you think about that product at Bloomberg Intelligence?
I mean, look, Meta's strategy is very clear. They want to have vertical integration where they own the hardware and the operating system and then deploy their AI on top of that. What they don't like is deploying their AI on Apple's iPhone or on Android. They want to own everything, which is why, Mark Zuckerberg had this big pivot towards AR, VR. And with AR, they find that opening that even though the addressable market will not be as big as the smartphones and PCs, but it'll still be a good chunk of people who may want, like a glass-based voice assistant. And that could have a lot of use cases. It may not serve as a full-fledged phone, but it could still be pretty handy in terms of driving productivity.
Another platform to read all those ads that are going to come at you through AI. Having said that, when I think about, we kind of keep having these conversations, Mandeep, about Gen AI and large language models and the application, the productivity. Is it easy, the application in terms of ads? Is that why they're having such a big payoff? Like, is that an easy application? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, so
we're trying to figure out how Gen AI impacts our world, right? It makes us more productive, how it pays off in terms of financial returns.
Yeah,
is this the easy route?
The best way to contrast it is with Microsoft. Look, they are making a big bet on AI, and they are monetizing it through their, the ad stack, the cloud infrastructure,
right,
and also the co-pilots. So everyone is looking for what are the big applications of generative AI, co-pilots, and the other one is chatbot. Chatbot is where, Meta has a lot of room because, one, they have engagement. People spend maybe 2 hours across their family of apps.
If you're Matt Miller, maybe 8 hours, but anyway.
So that's where if you deploy AI capabilities and then they have the most sophisticated ad stack, it becomes, such a huge revenue opportunity.
Just 20 seconds. What are the questions that people are asking of these virtual assistants in Meta's family of apps that it's able to answer?
Well, all sorts of things that you are looking at, let's say a marketplace or groups where people already had a conversation. The chatbot has become so sophisticated that it can answer any basic question that people may have on a Facebook group or, any sort of interaction you have had on WhatsApp Messenger. The chatbot can understand that.
Really cool stuff. Meta up 4% today. It's up almost 40% here in 2024. Mandeep Singh, always amazing. All right, coming up, geopolitical and a prisoner swap. That's coming up.
Connection lost.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are sinking as economic jitters fuel a rush to bonds. S&P 500 index now lower by 96 points, a drop now of 1.75%. The Dow is down 643 points, a decline of 1.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 478 now, a drop there of 2.7%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares now lower by 3.1%. We have got the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all in the red. 10-year yield below 4%, 3.97%. The 2-year, 4.17%. Spot gold down $8 the ounce, $24.39, a decline of 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, $76.55 a barrel. Shake Shack shares are surging after the burger chain forecasts that for the first time since 2017, it will generate positive free cash flow on an annual basis. Shake Shack shares, they're up now by 16.7%. Wendy's cutting its annual sales guidance following a retreat by diners in the second quarter. Wendy's down 1.9%. Among other burger chains, we have got Wendy's lower, McDonald's higher by 0.1%. And another quick service restaurant worth mentioning, Starbucks, it is down now by 4.6%. So again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all in the red. S&P down 95, down 1.7% with a 10-year 3.97%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. So market certainly front and center, but also front and center is geopolitical news. And this has to do with Russia freeing Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, as well as jailed Kremlin critics in the largest prisoner exchange with the West in decades in return for a prized assassin sought by President Vladimir Putin. President Biden addressing the exchange, calling it a good day earlier from the White House. He was surrounded by family members of the 4 prisoners who are now coming home to the U.S.
This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again.
That was President Biden earlier today from the White House. With more, we're joined by Dr. Angela Stent, Senior Fellow at Brookings Institution, also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. She's a former National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. Also served in the Office of Policy Planning at the U.S. Department of State. She joins us now from Nantucket. Dr. Stent, always appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. Why is this swap happening right now?
So I think, first of all, we have to congratulate the Biden administration, the White House, the State Department, all the people who worked very, very hard and tirelessly to get this done. I think it's happening now because Putin really wanted this assassin from Germany back. I think the message that he's trying to send to his own people when they try and recruit them to join the intelligence services, you know, we have your back and we're not going to let you die in some other prison. You know, we're going to take care of you. So I think it was very important for him to get this particular man back. But also, I think it's partly to show that, hey, you can negotiate with us. We're reasonable. And to sort of make the Ukrainians look as if they're not reasonable, because right now, of course, the Ukrainians are saying they're not going to negotiate with Russia because there's nothing to negotiate. So I suspect there are a number of reasons for this. And Putin obviously decided not to wait until the U.S. election to do this, but to do this now.
That's what I wondered. Why not wait until the next administration? Is there any, you think, strategizing around that in terms of who might ultimately, we know we're going to get a change. We know it's not going to be President Biden. It's either going to be, we assume at this point, either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Do you think any of that played in to his thinking, Angela?
Well, I think when the Kremlin looks at what's happening in the U.S., they see all the polarization and the chaos here, and they're actually not quite sure what's going to happen after November. Don't forget, Germany was a key country in this because Chancellor Scholz had to agree to release an assassin who was in a German prison. as part of a U.S. deal, essentially, with Russia, although it was multinational, as President Biden said today in his remarks. But they just weren't sure what was going to happen. And at least they knew that at this point, and apparently Vice President Harris also was negotiating earlier on with Chancellor Scholz, so she was involved in this. So they knew that it could happen with the current people in the administration, but they just weren't sure about what would happen after November. And I think at that point, Putin, he got back a number of spies. The Russians got from the Western countries spies, and what the West got was 16 people who were essentially political prisoners. It was probably viewed to be a better deal for Russia.
Better deal for Russia. So talk to us a little bit about Vadim Krasikov, who was serving a life sentence in Germany for a 2019 killing of a Chechen separatist in a Berlin park. What do we need to know about him?
So what you need to know about him was that, he joined the Russian security services. He was a trained assassin. He had assassinated other people before, and he very methodically planned how he got to Germany. The man he killed was a Georgian citizen, but an ethnic Chechen who was a rebel and who'd been involved in fighting the Russian government. And so he was sent to assassinate him. He had, of course, a false passport. He traveled to Germany via various other countries and posed as a tourist. And he shot the man in broad daylight in the Tiergarten, one of the main parks in Berlin. He was apprehended shortly thereafter. For years, he wouldn't tell them who he really was. It took the German police, obviously, in conjunction with other services, trying to figure out who the man was. And he was in prison in Germany, having been convicted of this. So he is a trained assassin, and from everything we know, Putin really wanted him back. He was the number one person that Russia wanted back.
So if this is maybe a show of faith on the part of Russia and Russian President Vladimir Putin, Angela, is it also showing that he might be open to some kind of negotiation to end this war?
It's possible, but if you listen to what National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said earlier today, there really is no connection between this prisoner swap, which was meticulously worked out over months, and which is a kind of a finite negotiation, and the much broader question of how would you begin negotiations to have a ceasefire or to see an end to the war with Ukraine. And we do know that what Putin would like to do is to sit down with the U.S. president if there are going to be negotiations. And President Biden was also asked that briefly today. That's not going to happen with this administration. We don't know about what would happen after January.
Dr. Sten, if Americans who travel to Russia understand that they could be arrested and held and indeed convicted for things that they have no connection to or did not do, what are the implications of that for a relationship that is certainly already strained? I mean, I think about the freedom of the press and the lack of reporting that we see from Russia. Very few news organizations have a lot of journalists in Russia currently.
So it's very dangerous to be a Western journalist in Russia now, and I think most Western journalists have left. There are a few Americans there. I think going forward, and the State Department has already warned people for months, Americans, think twice about going to Russia, because we do know that this is a modus operandi that Putin has. Some of the people who were released today were arrested before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, almost because Putin was planning this to take hostages. So Russia does this. It's not the only country. Iran, there are a number of other countries clearly that do this, that is to arrest people and hold them hostages. So I think the message is, whatever the negotiation was that produced this success today, it's still very dangerous for an American to travel to Russia without knowing exactly, what they should be doing and without really keeping their mouths shut.
So no doubt about it, in your view, I mean, U.S. officials have accused Moscow of basically, taking American hostages to basically release or win the release of their own Russian agents and others. Moscow says that's not the case. But do you believe that is their mode, as you just kind of said?
Oh, I think it is. I think if you look at the Americans who were released, 3 with U.S. citizenship and 1 Vladimir Karamurza, who has a green card. These are not spies. These were people who were legitimately in Russia doing other things. In Karamurza's case, he certainly criticized the government. The other 3 Americans were there either doing reporting or in Paul Whelan's case, I guess, on vacation. And the Russians who were released today are all political opposition people. And then the German nationals and one man from Belarus who were released, none of these people are remotely spies. So this is clearly a political hostage taking. Whereas, of course, the people who were released to Russia, most of them were spies and criminals.
So how does that make you nervous that the people that were released back to Russia are spies and criminals? And how does it kind of factor into your thinking about Russian President Vladimir Putin's ambitions? Still, his ambitions.
I mean, they're back in Russia now, and they're not going to leave Russia, or certainly they're not going to come to the West anytime soon. So I think Putin, the Russians we know have heightened their espionage activities in Europe, in the United States for some years now already. And so I think it doesn't really change the view of Russia as seeing the West as its enemy, of believing it can win in Ukraine, that it can outlast the US and the European countries. I think what it means is there were practical reasons for Putin to engage in this exchange that we've talked about, but that not much is going to change in the near future.
Right.
Dr. Stent, 30 seconds left on what happens in November when there is a change at the White House come January 20th. How does that impact relations between Russia and the U.S., if it's Harris, if it's Trump?
Well, I think if it's Harris, there's going to be continuity. We know the people who've been working for her in this administration, the vice president's office, so I think there would be continuity. If it's Donald Trump, we don't know. He has said a number of things. He said that he's going to end the war, in 48 hours, and a number of other things. But we really don't have any sense of what he would actually do. So I think that's a big unknown. And I think, again, coming back to what we discussed before, this is probably why this exchange has taken place now.
All right. So appreciate it. Everything just explained so clearly. Angela Stent, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Senior fellow over at the Brookings Institution. Her book, check it out, Putin's World, joining us from Washington, D.C. Hey, coming up, we're going to get to one of the most read stories, deals with Bill Ackman and an IPO. Not happening.
Before that, though, a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden says the ordeal is over for the families of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. They were released today as part of a major prisoner swap with Russia. President Biden says the deal was a feat of diplomacy.
Deals like this one come with tough calls, and there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad.
Biden says the deal means the U.S. and its allies will return 8 prisoners to Russia. The swap took place on the airport tarmac in Ankara, Turkey. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the administration is proposing a new rule for parents who travel with small kids.
We are requiring that an airline not charge you extra to sit next to your kids or your grandkids. It applies to any accompanying adults.
Buttigieg spoke with CBS Mornings about the proposal. He says airlines must offer parents alternatives, including a full refund or the option to wait for seats to become available before the flight's departure. Carriers would also face penalties for violating the rules. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The selling is intensifying. Again, lows of the day right now on the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. For the S&P, now looking at a drop of 101 points, down 1.8%. That stock chart going from left to right and lower. The Dow now down 694 points, a drop for the Dow of 1.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index down 492, down 2.8%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 2.9%, with the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares now lower by 3.4%. 10-year at 3.98%, the 2-year 4.18%. Spot gold down $10 the ounce, down 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude now down 1.7%, 76.57 a barrel. Stocks got hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting rates. So again, the S&P 500 index down 99 right now, a drop of 1.8%. Earnings news, Meta holding on to a gain of 4.6%. Lots of mega cap names after the close of trading. Apple down 2.1% right now. We've got Amazon lower by 2.2%. And Intel also reporting after the close of trading. That stock hard hit today. We've got Intel shares now down by 5.1%. So again, recapping, steep losses for the U.S. equity market. S&P now down by 1.8%. That 10-year worth repeating below 4%, 3.98% right now on the 10-year. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks for the update. Carol Masser, along with Tim Stanovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. All right, let's get to one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg on this Thursday. It's something we actually talked about with our own Bailey Lipschultz earlier this week about the IPO dream of a hedge fund billionaire. We're talking about Bill Ackman. It apparently, Tim, is no more.
Yeah, how in the space of just a few weeks, Ackman's bold plan to steer a new investment fund onto the venerable New York Stock Exchange has collapsed around him. The story by Bloomberg's Annie Massa and Catherine Burton. Annie, Bloomberg News wealth reporter, she joins us from New York City with the story. So Annie, Bill Ackman, a well-known individual to the Bloomberg audience, his plan for this new investment fund's a $25 billion IPO, his relationship with social media. Before we get to the undoing of his plans, remind everyone who he is, how he's spoiled for a fight in the past, and what this new investment fund was all about.
Absolutely. The new investment fund is something that Ackman has been kind of chasing after for the past couple of months and really has ramped up in the past few weeks fundraising for it until yesterday when the whole thing was scrapped in very dramatic fashion. What had happened was Ackman kind of came into this fund wanting to bring a $25 billion closed-end fund to market, which was a huge target. It would have been the largest of its kind in the U.S. ever. Then that target was slowly lowered, almost like a deflating balloon, to 10 billion, then 4 billion, then 2 billion, and finally the entire IPO was tossed out yesterday and scrapped by Pershing Square.
I feel like whiplash, Annie. And it's all kind of played out on social media, right?
That's right. I think that this has been a more recent change for Bill Ackman. He's gathered this Twitter following of over 1 million followers, and you really saw it when he last year and into early this year when he went on kind of a crusade against diversity and inclusion initiatives on college campuses and rallied against some of the Ivy League presidents and kind of successfully managed to rally against Claudine Gay, who left Harvard University, who's former president of Harvard. And so he gathered this big following on social media, and part of the pitch for this fund was that he has such a great presence on social media and such an ardent following on Twitter, or X, that he could kind of parlay that into investment dollars in Pershing Square USA, which is what the fund would have been called. Ultimately, that didn't materialize, though.
What were the first signs, Annie, that this wasn't going to materialize, that this was going to unravel, that this was falling apart, things weren't going in Ackman's favor?
There was a kind of strange occurrence that happened in the middle of all of this. A letter, Pershing Square published a letter that Bill had sent out to some of his wealthy investors that he didn't necessarily know was going to be published publicly to everyone. And he was kind of saying, get your orders in now as quickly as you can. And it didn't convey, let's say, the certainty that this IPO could raise as much as he originally wanted. And even in that letter, he was lowering his target. So that was an early sign that things weren't quite as sensational as he had originally anticipated. And from there, it was really all downhill with the target fundraising grinding lower and lower until the IPO was ultimately tossed.
Well, he ticked off one major backer, right? A fellow hedge fundy guy.
That's right. So Seth Klarman from Baupost wound up withdrawing his support. He had been planning to invest $150 million into this IPO, and in kind of dramatic fashion, Bill had named a couple of large investors in that letter, and Seth Klarman was one of them. And ultimately, what we reported is that Seth Klarman decided to withdraw that support, which was pretty meaningful and ultimately a big moment in the downfall of this IPO.
Annie, help us understand what exactly this fund was going to do. What investors who followed Ackman on X, if they invested in it, what they would have exposure to?
That's right. So it was going to be a group of securities that Bill and the Pershing team would have picked, about a dozen securities, and almost like a basket of these securities. But a closed-end fund works a bit differently, where the capital in that vehicle is permanent. So it makes a great vehicle for a hedge fund manager like a Bill Ackman, who gets a more permanent source of money in that pool. But for an investor thinking about putting money into this pre-IPO, these kinds of funds often trade at a discount to the overall value of the assets that they've raised. So ultimately, this was a question that hung over this IPO and really helped to hobble it, was why invest in this thing pre-IPO if you're concerned that it could trade like most of these funds do at a discount to the value of its assets.
So Annie,
and this was something.
Oh no, go ahead,
Sorry.
please. No, please finish.
That was a question that was ultimately raised in yesterday when the IPO was scrapped.
What I wanted to jump in, forgive me, was it so ultimately a bad idea, or did investors kind of wake up and didn't love some of his activism? Sorry, I can't get it out. It should be Friday. Activism, like, what was ultimately the pushback? Because there's a great line in your story. You say, associates and rivals alike say the debacle highlights one of Ackman's signature traits, a personal conviction, sometimes veering towards hubris, which has been central to his success in activist investing. So what makes him a good investor at times can also be a flaw. So was it kind of a rejection of him?
That's right. So something that really characterizes Bill Ackman is his bravado and belief in his own ideas, almost, some would say, to the point of fault. But I mean, to be an activist investor, you have to have extreme conviction, and he built his entire career this way, with obviously some very high highs and great bets and some huge failures and devastating losses along the way. And what's marked his career is that extreme conviction in whatever he goes into. And in this case, going in with the conviction that he'd be able to raise $25 billion for this fund that was quite a lofty goal. And part of the pitch was that, this will be a success and take off because of Bill's huge social media following. And what wound up happening was transforming that following into really wedging it into the kind of stuffy world of securities product. It didn't ultimately work out in the end. But he went in with that huge conviction, that huge expectation that just kept grinding lower and lower.
So Annie, 5 seconds, does he try again, or is this over?
The filing yesterday said that they might come back, but it's certainly not going to be in this form.
All right. Annie Massa, thank you so much. Bloomberg News Wealth Reporter. Hey, coming up, everybody. No college degree, don't worry. Turns out you're better off today. We're going to explain one more thing coming your way.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Broad-based tech sell-off today. Applied Materials shares among those names declining. AMAT, Applied Materials, down now by 8.9%. It has been informed by U.S. officials that it will not be getting CHIPS Act money for a long-anticipated research and development center, dealing a critical blow to a much-touted project in the heart of Silicon Valley. So right now we are looking at Applied Materials down by 8.8%. ARM Holdings held off on boosting its annual forecast, raising concerns that it's not confident in its growth prospects. Shares of ARM Holdings, they're down now by 16.5%. Qualcomm shares among the other big tech names declining today. Right now, Qualcomm down by 10.5% after analysts noted some weakness in the chipmaker's forecast. The reiteration of the company's full-year outlook is also seen as a potential disappointment. Again, we've got Qualcomm trading lower now. Qualcomm down by 10.5%. Roblox shares lower by 6.5%. The operator of a popular video game platform for kids projected third-quarter bookings that beat analyst estimates, but the stock is trading lower. Roblox shares today down now by just about 6.6%. Hertz Global Holdings reported a worse-than-expected loss after its failed bet on Tesla EVs weighed on the value of cars in its fleet. Under new CEO Gil West, a former Delta executive, Hertz is trying to unwind the Tesla debacle by selling off the vehicles of at a loss and revamping the management team. Hertz shares now lower by 8.7%. So it is a down day for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. I'm Charlie Pellet, and those are some of our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenbeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nancy.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden says today is a happy day. He says the U.S. has completed a prisoner swap with Russia that includes the release of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. Both men have been jailed in Russia on espionage charges that the U.S. called bogus. President Biden was surrounded by their families as he announced the deal.
The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined in difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well.
Biden says the deal would not have happened without our allies. Wildfires are burning in many parts of the western U.S. The Park Fire in Northern California is the largest in that state's history, burning more than 392,000 acres. Meanwhile, 2 fires in Colorado have spread to within just miles of one another in an area north of Denver. There's also fire burning in Washington state, one burning more than 30,000 acres northeast of Seattle. At the Paris Games, Simone Biles has won another gold for the U.S., this time in the women's all-around gymnastics competition. She becomes the oldest Olympic women's gymnastics champ since 1952. America's Suni Lee won bronze. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
Nancy, thanks so much for that update.
I don't want to know the Olympics.
Carol, here's what you got to do.
I set my DVR.
You got to take next week.
Got to go home and
off.
watch.
You got to take next week completely off and just stay home and watch the Olympics because
it's the gymnastics
gonna get
stuff I care
spoiled for you.
about.
Hey, well, sorry.
All right. Moving on. Let's get to one more thing because the story popped up on our radar. It has to do with Americans without college degrees. Some research found out that they are doing better off than they were pre-COVID.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Generous government support in the early days of the COVID outbreak and intense competition for workers afterward actually helped boost wages and wealth for workers without a college education at a faster pace than for graduates. This is according to a report published Thursday by the left-leaning think tank Third Way.
Yeah, and while the onset of the pandemic, drove up unemployment disproportionately for those without college degrees, as services and retail jobs all but disappeared, the reopening of the economy created such demand for these workers that companies had to significantly raise wages to attract them back, and that has certainly helped them out.
Okay, so let's talk numbers here. Earnings for those aged 25 to 64 without a 4-year college degree, those rose 4.6% from the fourth quarter of 2019 through March of this year. That compares to 3.3% increase for workers with a bachelor's degree or higher, according to the analysis. Those gains followed years of wage stagnation before and after the financial crisis of 2007 to 2009. That was for both groups.
So we talk a lot about income, but really what's important, right? We talk about wealth, increasing wealth. So wealth, too, grew more for non-college households, rising 5.5% over that period compared to a 4.8% increase for households with college graduates, driven by higher savings and rising home values. So just an interesting twist as we continue to evolve in this post-pandemic world.
It's also notable because the gains for those without a college degree, it kind of bucks a trend that we've seen following other recessions when job recovery for lower wage workers was slow. So after the financial crisis, for example, the unemployment rate for those without a college education surged above 10%, whereas joblessness for college grads never surpassed 5%.
Well, it's interesting that we're talking about this. Remember, tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time, we're going to get another read on the U.S. jobs picture. We got a weaker read today, and that is certainly what's dragging down the markets. We continue to track that over the next couple of hours. Coming up for those on TV, the close. Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week. A great lineup, including a check-in with our Gina Martin Adams on the trade.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday, first trading day in the month of August, and we are pretty much at our lows of the session when you look at the equity trade. So what does that mean? More than 3% lower on the NASDAQ 100, almost 2% down on the S&P 500, 1.7% lower on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. A lot of it has to do with the think about the economic backdrop. We've seen investors moving into bonds, and we've seen yields really move lower.
Look, this is top of mind for us, and it's going to dominate our conversation in just a few minutes with Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin-Adams. She's going to tell us what we need to know about today, but also the big picture, where we are with earnings and where the market's going.
Right. We're also going to get a big picture look at where we are when it comes to space exploration. It's not rocket science. Well, actually, it kind of is, everybody. We're going to catch up with the founder, president, and CEO of Rocket Lab. He is definitely talking about SpaceX. He's taking them on. He's also taking on Elon Musk. So, going to be a fun conversation.
And it's an earnings bonanza after the bell. We got Apple, we got Amazon, we got Intel, we got Coinbase, we got Snap, and more. We're going to bring you the numbers, analysis right when those numbers break.
We're going to be pretty busy. All right, let's get back to the markets. More on the trade. Let's turn things over to Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much. And yes, Tim, we got you covered on those earnings after the close of trading. 59 minutes from now is when they will start trickling in. Right now, those stocks deeply in the red. In fact, as Carol mentioned, just about the worst level of the day right now. Right to the numbers here, because the S&P is down 107 now, a decline of 2%. Dow Industrial is down 711, a drop there of 1.7%. NASDAQ trading lower now by 536 points, a drop of 3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares now down by 3.7%. Stocks getting hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting rates. The 10-year below 4%, 3.97%. The 2-year 4.16%. Gold down $8 the ounce to $24.39 on the precious metal, a drop of 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude back with a 76 handle, 76.56, down by 1.7%. Bitcoin down as well, dropping 2.5%, 62,931 on Bitcoin. So with the July Fed meeting behind us, September becomes a live meeting. Megan Horniman is Chief Investment Officer at Verdance Capital Investors.
The market's pricing it in fully for September. The Fed kind of opened that door for that, but they've also made it very clear that there's a lot of information between now and that September meeting. We'll have 2 jobs reports, 2 inflation, more than 2 inflation reports that they'll get before we see that September meeting. So there's a lot of information between now and then.
Megan Horniman of Verdance Capital Advisors. Again, we've got stocks lower across the board. A lone prominent exception to the downtrend today, Meta Platforms after earnings. Meta holding on to a gain right now of 4%. And as we have been telling you, a lot of big earnings after the close of trading. Apple down now by 1.9%. Amazon down 2.2%. Intel trading lower by 5.4%. So again, recapping, a lot of red on the screen as we move into the final hour of trading. The losses continue with the S&P now down by 104 points, down 1.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie, of course, breaking down the trade. I'm looking at the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, kind of an even split, but utilities at the top of the pack. You've got 5 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P actually trading higher today. Again, utilities up at the top, followed by consumer staples with about a 0.9% gain. But at the bottom are consumer discretionary down more than 3%, information technology down about 4%. So kind of an even split. But if you go inside and I just look at the members, what are we seeing?
Oh, we see NVIDIA dragging things down. It's down 8%. Apple ahead of earnings at 4:30, down 2%. You got Broadcom down close to 9%. Tesla down 7.4%. Amazon ahead of earnings down 2.3%. And then AMD down 9.6%. Qualcomm down 10%. Lam Research down 11%.
Yeah.
A lot of double digits in there for stocks that are also pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely, and influential on the markets. I mean, the SOX is down. It gained 7% in yesterday's session. We saw quite a bounce. There was a lot of optimistic news on the chip sector, including a bullish call out from Morgan Stanley. So we saw semis up about 7% yesterday, down 8% today. But one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is that what we get from Apple and Amazon will be very key in terms of really directing the sentiment around the NASDAQ 100 going forward.
Yeah, we'll have to wait till 4 o'clock and 4:30 respectively for that. I know somebody who's watching all this very, very closely.
She's got to be busy.
That is Gina Martin Adams. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Gina, on a day like today, in the context of where we are with earnings season, where do we even begin?
Yeah, good question. You tell me. It's been so busy between the different policy shifts that we've experienced over the last couple of weeks, right in the midst of earnings season, which is a pretty exciting earnings season, frankly. I think big picture, where we begin is what's happening in the aggregate. And what's happening in the aggregate is a pretty significant rotation. And we're all kind of trying to dismiss it as, is it temporary? It's not really lasting. But, small cap 600, as an example, is touching close to new highs at this point in time. We've seen some really strong recovery on the policy put trade, the Powell trade. What's going to happen at the Fed is extremely meaningful for driving stocks returns. And fundamentally, what's happening outside of the Mag 7 is really important to keep your eye on. We have 7% earnings growth for that group. It's the first quarter of earnings growth since 2022. So suddenly we're starting to see some recovery. Financials have been leading that charge. Small cap financials in particular have been surging. We saw a massive beat among the financials companies. So what happens with tech can be very distracting, right? Because tech expectations were the highest. These were the biggest stocks. But what's happening beneath that is very compelling evidence of a pretty big bull market starting to emerge in stocks.
Enough to support the overall indices, though, when those other names are so influential.
Depends on your index, right?
Correct.
The S&P 500, 100% no.
Done.
So the Mag 7 is just too big. These mega cap stocks have driven all the valuation re-rating so far this year, and stocks are up double digits. It's been a great year as far as the S&P 500 is concerned because of that concentrated gain. If those stocks turn over and become more volatile, as I think we're starting to see, it's really difficult for the other 493 to make up for that loss of leadership. Instead, the S&P 500 maybe churns in a sideways fashion. If the Mag 7 do fine, and the rest is catching up, that's an incredible bull market.
So
right? And I think that that's actually a possibility given what we've seen in earnings so far.
Well, that's what,
Given
in terms of Mag 7? Or?
Yeah, in terms of the Mag 7. Maybe they're not actually turning over, but they're moving into a period of just no longer being leaders on the market. And that's okay. They don't have to lead for the S&P 500 to move higher. So it is a critical question for the index. Beyond that, non-domestic stocks are breaking out, small caps are breaking out, sort of global equities are suddenly emerging as real possibilities. Japan's been weak, without a doubt. China's still a little dodgy, but Europe's been doing fantastically. Canada's breaking out. So there's some interesting opportunities that are starting to emerge.
Is it a long-term, in your view, trend that we'll start to see diversification away from winners in the S&P 500? I mean, the S&P has beat everybody for the last decade.
Yeah, we should. Over a decade, that's a little outside my pay grade, to be quite honest with you, Tim. I'll just take over the next year or so and go with that. But fair. I do think what we should see is some of the laggards of this cycle start to catch up. And by this cycle, I mean, for me, it was a critical moment in 2022 when the earnings stream for the globe started to turn over. The S&P 500 was at the early stages of that. Small caps joined in the party. Europe is just now getting past its low point, right? The S&P 500, led by the mega caps, led the uptrend in 2023. Now we're starting to see the rest of the world's economy start to participate. And it's difficult to paint it with one big brush, US versus the rest. It's not necessarily, that's not necessarily what's going on, but there are some laggards of that cyclical recovery that are starting to get on board.
Okay.
And I would anticipate that the result of that is some of that just hasn't had any attention. Some of those stocks just have been left for dead. Like, nobody's even putting any capital to work outside of the U.S. and the Mag 7.
It's amazing.
So
I feel like
conversations
used to be much more like, oh yeah, you always want to make sure you have something overseas, and it really has been so U.S. focused.
Yeah.
You put out research today, right? That Fed rate cut cycles outside of recessions have historically led to global risk rallies.
Yep.
Outside of recessions, we had a conversation earlier with our Ira Jersey, and he's still thinking that we're going to get some kind of recession.
Well, the earnings stream would tell you that's not happening.
Okay.
So I care most about earnings, and earnings went through a recession in 2022, and they're in a recovery now. Will earnings turn over and hint some kind of recession emerging in 2025? That's a real possibility, but it's not happening right now. And the way that we structure our product is really all about real-time movements, what's happening real time, not what do we think is going to happen into the future. And so from an equities perspective, I think it's important to acknowledge where we are in the cycle. And where we are is actually improving. We're improving off of lows. For instance, in Europe, Europe had its worst quarter of year-over-year growth just in the first quarter. And it's starting to dig out of that recessionary experience, at least in terms of the stock market, right? That's not necessarily the economy, and I know that there are very big differences on occasion. The U.S. is in very similar position where we're digging our way out of that earnings recession, but really just led by a few names. Now we're starting to see some real earnings growth emerge. Small caps, for instance, by the end of this year, the analyst community is telling us we're going to get small cap revenue growth.
They've been upping numbers?
And they've been moving higher.
Yeah.
So I do think it's important to follow the sequence, and certainly if recessionary signals emerge in the earnings stream, then I have to get a little bit worried. But will we or won't we fall into recession in the economy? You know, I think I've learned my lesson the hard way over the last several years. I can't project what the economy is going to do, and neither can the stock market, so we're going to stick to earnings, and that's what really drives stock prices.
Gina, one thing that keeps coming up in conversations that we have internally when we're planning for our show is a conversation that we had with you back at Bloomberg Invest, where you talked about AI.
Yeah.
And you talked about, I believe I asked you the question about whether or not we're seeing AI gains show up in non-AI specific companies. And you said that hasn't happened yet. Here we are. You know, it's only been 6 weeks since we've had that conversation, but we're hearing from more companies over the last couple of weeks about how AI is helping them. Has your view shifted at all, or are we still not seeing margin improvement thanks to AI?
I think it's early yet in the earnings season. I need to get further through the consumer numbers and the industrials numbers to make really vast conclusions. In financials, which was the one area that we already were detecting companies talking about implementing AI and utilizing AI to drive growth, we are starting to see some real margin improvements, some real cost-cutting measures. So there's a little bit happening in financials.
What's happening? Are they're able to hire fewer analysts? Are they able to get rid of customer service agents because they can use chatbots? What do we know?
Well, so far what we know is it's making them faster.
Okay.
Right? So if anything, it's just making turnover faster. It's not necessarily resulting in job cuts, which I think is everybody's biggest fear, is that the bots are going to replace us all. We haven't necessarily seen that.
I'm scared of that.
But it is making existing workforce faster at what they do. So I would say it's just making profitability improvements and efficiency gains more than anything else. Will that change going forward? We're certainly open to seeing that. I'm most curious to see how it impacts the industrial space and the consumer space, because those are big swaths of the economy that can really make a big difference in the overall economic outlook. And we just haven't seen enough companies come out with reports yet, so we'll see. It is something that we're definitely tracking. I think that from a tech perspective, it's still very much a big part of the conversation. I think you get fits and starts depending upon the company that you're talking to as to whether or not the analyst community maybe got ahead of their skis in anticipating the impact or not.
Right.
And that's really a company to a company specific conversation, and that's having an impact on stock prices. But net, we're still in the upwave.
Okay.
Well, but in terms of like fundamental analysis, when you look at a company, I feel like you go back a year, and if somebody reported and they didn't talk about AI or talk about how they're planning some of their investing, they got penalized in the trade. Now it's like we're a little bit more, kind of scrutinizing, the CapEx spend and looking for the ROI. Is that smart to be thinking about that? I mean, what I think about companies have to invest for the future, and sometimes it takes a while. But I'm curious how you are looking at that.
Yeah, I think it's too early for AI-specific capital spending to really overwhelm capital spending trends across the entire index. But it is a really big focus within the tech and communications space, and the tech, I call those tech and tech adjacent companies, where it is very clear that you have to spend and have to now spend smart. A year ago you had to spend, now you have to spend smart in those groups. The rest of the index, I think there's a lot of tolerance for spending on this. CapEx is really just at long-term average share of sales. So we're not looking at an index that is overspent by any stretch of the imagination. And sales are improving incrementally. So as long as cash flow and sales are improving, there's a lot of wiggle room for them to spend a bit more. And frankly, I think that the market loves to see spending in anticipation of future growth prospects. So I think that these companies can announce a lot more spending outside of tech and tech adjacent without having penalties.
Kind of explains the meta story, right, in terms of all the spending, and yet they're bread and butter, helped by AI, but in terms of advertising, even though we can't quite quantify maybe the impact it certainly shows. I want to go back to the markets, because here we are looking at a day where we are seeing a fair amount of selling. I want to go back to something like the stocks, which up 7% yesterday, down 8% today. Like, that's a wide gap. So I'm trying to understand, definitely a lot more volatility in this market, but I'm not quite sure what it says to me about kind of where we go from here, especially if I hear from you that, hey guys, earnings look pretty good and it's widening out to not just the usual suspects.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, because semiconductors have been our, fearless leader in this market advance for the last year and a half, or however long it's been. Semiconductors has been this very strong, very big breakout sector. And so loss of leadership in semiconductors is always going to be somewhat uncomfortable. And without a doubt, we have lost a lot of that leadership. It is now a very volatile contributor on a day-to-day basis. Investors are getting a little bit nervous, and justifiably so, considering how extremely overbought that sector was. And I think this is the really important point. New investment opportunities are emerging outside of that space. And something we did talk about 6 weeks ago when we were together is we went through an anomalous period of time where AI and AI-affiliated organizations, in particular semiconductors, really drove all of the optimism on the index. It was the only source of growth. And capital naturally concentrated there, so it has been very painful as some of that has unwound and sought new sources of opportunity. But in the longer term, it is a much healthier market if it has more than one leader. And I do think we're moving into a slightly healthier market condition, but that can be kind of painful in the short run. When you had your biggest champion that suddenly kind of takes a back seat, and you have all these new smaller leaders kind of move forward.
Gina, one thing that has changed significantly since we last spoke to you is what the election looks like in November. How is your team watching a change at the top of the ticket, and who could be in the White House come January?
Yeah, I think that there are two issues that are really important to watch, and that is how policy prescriptions play out on trade and how they play out on tax. And what I think is most important to watch in this election is really, no matter who you watch, we have a populist sort of tax structure that could emerge over the course of the next year, no matter who's in office. And this is important to consider, because I think there is a mental construct among most people that invest in stocks that there's one party that's historically been much friendlier to companies in terms of tax, and the other one is less friendly. But in this election, it looks to us like tax rates are generally going to change and go higher, no matter who is at the top of the ticket and who wins in November. And I think that that's incredibly important to watch. Trade is the other issue to watch, but it'll depend upon how policy prescriptions evolve over time.
Any of you who are listening, watching, missed any of it, you got to download our podcast, because that's everything you need to know. Thank you. As always, Gina Martin-Adams, our Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist. Coming up, cool guest, Peter Beck, founder, president, and CEO of Rocket Lab, joining us right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks deeply in the red. A 100-point drop right now on the S&P 500 index, down 1.8%. We've got the Dow lower by 670 points, a drop of 1.6%. NASDAQ now lower by 491 points, a decline there of 2.8%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down by 3.5%. 10-year 3.97%, the 2-year 4.16%. Gold down $6 the ounce to $24.41, drop there of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil trading lower by 1.5%. WTI 76.78 a barrel. Stocks are getting hit as bonds rallied after weak economic data spurred concern that the Fed is waiting too long to start cutting rates. Again, the S&P down now by 1.75%, and the 10-year trading below 4%, 3.97% right now on the 10-year. Earnings very much front and center. Apple, Amazon, and Intel all reporting after the close of trading. This is Meta gains 4.4% on a down day for the rest of the market. Anastasia Amoroso is Chief Investment Strategist at iCapital.
I do think the results from Meta are really encouraging to the market because it really tells you that there are ways to monetize artificial intelligence investments right now. And what the markets were really panicked about is, we're spending all this money on AI CapEx, but is the payoff years away or not? And what Meta really shows is that the payoff is actually happening right here, right now.
Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital, and again, Meta did report better than expected sales in the second quarter. Meta on a down day for the rest of the market, up by 4.4%. So again, recapping here, we've got Apple, Amazon, Intel after the close of trading. The 10-year below 4%, 3.97%. S&P down 96, a drop there of 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, well, speaking of rockets, you may remember just a couple of weeks ago, we spoke with our colleague Ashley Vance about the new HBO documentary Wild Wild Space, the film based on Ashley's book, When the Heavens Went on Sale, the Misfits and Geniuses Racing to Put Space Within Reach. That film, Carol, follows 3 space entrepreneurs, including Peter Beck, the founder, president, and CEO of Rocket Lab. It's a publicly traded company that manufactures and launches rockets, including one scheduled to launch tomorrow, carrying a satellite for a Japanese Earth observation company.
Yeah, and it's a great film that really kind of gets into it. Rocket Lab's customers, by the way, they include NASA, the U.S. Space Force, DARPA, Planet, Canon, the National Reconnaissance Office, and so much more. Peter Beck joining us now from Mississippi. Peter, first of all, great to have you here. We were so excited to have you on with us. How are you? And tell us what you've been up to as of late.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. No, it's great. Look, I'm just doing a multitude of things as all good CEOs should be doing, and we're building a big rocket right now. So I'm down in Mississippi doing engine tests with the team here. So there's a lot on.
Okay, well, let's just cut right to the chase then. Give us an update on the development of some of these rockets that you're working on, specifically of Neutron. Tell us what's going on. What's the latest?
Yeah, so Neutron is a kind of a solution to kind of the mid-launch monopoly, as you could say, and so it's scheduled to launch mid next year, and we're working hard right now on lots of things: propulsion, building complete launch sites and factories and all the components that go into a big rocket.
So can you give us an update in terms of when you anticipate that this is going to be ready for deployment, a little bit in terms of the time frame? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So we're looking to get this vehicle on the pad next year, and get it away. So hopefully people won't have to wait long. But what I would say is it's a very different looking rocket. Like if you see it, it's very much an advanced launch vehicle for the modern times. And lots of innovation in it that should really drive down launch costs even further.
It is pretty phenomenal. Folks who watch us, know that my dad was involved in doing kind of work. He was an engineer, aeronautical, and worked on a lot of guidance systems for the original space program. So we kind of grew up with it. And he's not around, but I always think he would find it kind of amazing, these rockets that can come back and be reusable, because it's just not the way it was. Talk to us again how you kind of rethink about how you are doing it so differently than it was done, by government programs for so long.
Yeah, I mean, we'll start with that small rocket, the little Electron rocket, that you aptly pointed out has got its 51st mission tomorrow. And, we re-enter that through the Earth's atmosphere completely passively and then fish it out of the ocean. Neutron is a propulsive landing, so we landed on the barge or back at the launch site. But if you look at the vehicle, when it lands, there's no bit missing. There's no bearing missing. There's no second stage missing. It's literally as it looks as it took off and ready to load the next customer's payload in and go again.
Peter, I said that you're taking on SpaceX. You're taking on Elon. If we look at the numbers, as of mid-July, SpaceX had launched 70 rockets this year. Rocket Lab had launched just 8. Again, this was mid-July. How do you compete with SpaceX? Is there enough room for both of you, given that they were quite a bit earlier to the game, and they're bigger at this point, so much bigger?
Yeah, and look, sometimes it's a huge advantage to be a first mover, and sometimes it's an advantage to be a second. And I would point out that if you look at the Electron rocket and how quickly that ramped, it was actually the fastest rocket to reach 50 launches in commercial history, faster than SpaceX and faster than anybody else. And it will continue to do that. We expect it to be first to get to 100 as well. Sometimes you can start at the back, but it doesn't mean you finish last. That's for sure.
Yeah, just ask Apple. They're doing just fine when it comes to smartphones, and they weren't first out of the gate. Having said that, Elon Musk, there isn't a day, Peter, that goes by that Tim and I don't talk about probably Elon or Tesla or his universe in some way. His antics, though, can certainly get him into trouble. And I think about government contracts and so on and so forth. Does his antics help you in any way?
Oh, look, I'm proudly boring. I'm the boringest person you could imagine. And my focus is on building a large, successful rocket company and nothing else. Yep. We have a very, very clear and laser focus on that.
Well, my point being that people are like, you know what? I don't know that I want to identify, even though Elon is doing so much in this world. I want to go with someone who is, did you say boring that you were? Is a little bit more boring.
Yeah,
so that's what I mean. Does his antics kind of make people say, whether it's the U.S. government or some other government, say, Peter, we'd like to work with you?
Well, look, I mean, nobody can contest right now that there is a launch monopoly. The vast majority of all launches conducted by SpaceX, and they've been very successful and good on them. But, no monopoly survives the test of time. And it provides opportunities for others to come in and compete. So, we have a number of customers, both government and commercial, who are really, really desperately looking for alternatives for a variety of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Peter, earlier this week, your company announced that it had completed testing of 2 spacecraft that are headed to Mars. It's going to enable the Escape and Plasma Acceleration and Dynamic Explorers mission, also known as Escapade. I'm wondering if you think New Glenn from Blue Origin will be ready for Escapade.
Yeah, well, you hit on an important point, actually. 2/3 of the revenue and scale of Rocket Lab is actually from our spacecraft division. So two-thirds of the company is building spacecraft. Launch is really important, and it always steals the show. But what we're trying to build here is an end-to-end space company where customers come to us and we can design and build the spacecraft, launch it, and then even operate it for them. But to your question, look, our spacecraft are ready. That's all I know, and so we're good to go whenever Blue is.
So it sort of doesn't matter to you because your end of the bargain is being held up. You guys are ready.
Yeah, we're ready. Look, naturally, we want to see the mission launch and be successful. So we naturally are rooting for them to do that.
Hey, one thing that's certainly front and center for us, especially I feel like in the last week, but I feel like it's every week, is climate change and what's going on. And you've been working certainly with NASA about some climate change missions. What can you share with us about some of the missions that you have been involved in?
Yeah, we've been involved in a number of missions, as you point out. One of them, Tropics, which was a really important one we launched last year, is a back-to-back mission. Following hurricanes and providing greater resolution hurricanes. Super topical right now, and really valuable, and has already had a massive impact. And I think that's one of the great things about the space industry is you can put a couple of little boxes of electronics on orbit and literally impact millions of people's lives.
Very cool stuff.
It is pretty cool stuff.
Hey, Peter, before we let you go, how are you thinking, just 30 seconds, how are you thinking about Mars?
Well, I love Mars, but I love Venus way more.
Really?
So I don't think about Mars too much. I think much more about Venus because I think it's a closer analog to Earth, and that we actually have a private mission to Venus to look for life in the clouds. So love Mars, but sorry, Venus is better.
Second planet from the sun, sixth largest planet that's out there. Yeah.
You gonna send people up on Rocket Lab rockets anytime soon?
Not anytime soon. I mean, we're certainly making sure the Neutron rocket is human rateable. So that comes down to making sure that it meets all its criteria. But we need the market to evolve. There needs to be more destinations before I think that's commercially viable.
All right, Peter Beck, really appreciate you joining us. Peter Beck is the founder, president, and CEO of Rocket Lab. Up next, we drive to the close. First, a check of the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.0 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden says their brutal ordeal is now over. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and American Paul Whelan are coming home after being imprisoned for months, even years, by Russia. It's part of a multinational prisoner swap that involves 24 prisoners, including 8 Russians. Biden made the announcement at the White House, surrounded by the families of those released.
Soon they'll be wheels up on their way home to see their families. This is an incredible relief for all the family members gathered here. It's a relief to the friends and colleagues all across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time.
Bloomberg's White House reporter Josh Wingrove says this is a big moment for President Biden.
Some of the reporting is that Biden had been working on this, including on the very day that he announced that he would not run again. Just to give you a sense of the sort of priority that he was putting on this, on a day when he was making arguably the most consequential decision of his political life, he was also working the phones to put together this deal.
Josh Wingrove speaking earlier with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons. The virtual roll call vote to nominate Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for president is underway and will run through Monday. Harris has already secured the support of 99% of participating delegates. The virtual vote count is being conducted to clear a potential hurdle in getting the Democratic nominee on the ballot in Ohio, where the deadline to file for the general election is August 7th, 2 weeks before the Democratic convention. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Steep losses for the U.S. stock market. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. 20 minutes until we get a ton of earnings. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are under pressure amid a big intraday reversal. The Dow is currently down 605 points, was up 254. S&Ps are down 86, while NASDAQ drops 2.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 3.98%. Gold is down 9, oil trading in the red, and Bitcoin, that's lower by 2%. Among the main 11 SP sectors, leaders were utilities and consumer staples. Tech and consumer discretionary led to the downside, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Coca-Cola and J&J, while Boeing fell 7% and led to the downside. After earnings, Moderna plunged 21%, and in other news, CrowdStrike says that Delta rejected its efforts to assist in a recovery. Wrapping things up, Apple, Amazon, and Intel. I'll report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. We got you covered on those earnings. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it's an interesting day. Warning, maybe not. I don't know. Stocks getting hit. Bonds are rallying. Treasury 10-year, we talked about breaking below 4%. Swap traders now fully pricing in 3 rate reductions this year. Those days of 5-6% on the 10-year seem a long, long time ago. I feel like it's like a Star Wars movie, a long, long time ago.
In a galaxy far, far away?
Yes, exactly.
Well, we got a perfect guest to talk about what is going on with the 10-year and what she thinks it's going to do over the next few months and maybe even year. We got Katie Kaminsky with us. She's Chief Research Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Alpha Simplex. She joins us from Boston, Massachusetts. A favorite guest when it comes to the Treasury trade, no doubt. A good day to have you on with the 10-year falling below 4% for the first time since this winter. What do you make of what's going on in the Treasury market today?
Well, the thing is, things have changed. We've seen signals go from short to long in fixed income, and I think we're going to continue to see that. The biggest change, I'm starting to feel like today reminds me a lot of June, where people are starting to get concerned about demand destruction, and that is just a very different market than a strong economy with higher rates. It's really more about weakness, and is this really weak demand? And I think that means a stronger bond market.
Well, go back to, you said signals have gone from short to long. Explain that.
So in the trend following space, we are looking at where the direction is moving in different markets. And for almost the last 3 years, it's been mostly short signals in fixed income. And now we're actually seeing net flattening out and also long positioning in fixed income, which is a suggestion that sort of tides have turned and that these markets are actually starting to shift back to a more of a long positioning with cuts potentially on the way in the short term. So I think that's really a big change from the last 3 years.
Where did the change come from? Was it, thank you, Jay Powell yesterday saying September, like we're finally getting to it? Is it weak economic data? I mean, we've been having conversations internally, our Bill Maloney that we were just in here, like that this market trade doesn't completely make sense. So I'm just curious, what is it specifically that has said, okay, things are differently, guys?
Well, I think there was some interesting weaker economic data this week.
Right.
The challenge has always been that it's mixed, right? And so I think people are a little nervous because obviously valuations are very high. And as other central bankers have already started to cut rates, like the Bank of England, today, and you start to see that there's a lot more pressure on the Fed. So it's really both the Fed and also just general risk-off concern about the fact that the weak economic data is starting to show up, which means that bonds are likely going to rally and stocks may recover, have to sort of retract a little bit. That's how I would say it.
Any of this, Katie, about the U.S. presidential race and the outcome come November?
I think definitely that's part of the uncertainty. We're seeing sort of most people are a little ambivalent about how to think about risk going into the second half of the year and what potential outcomes might be. They seem to be very broad. There's just really not a clear path. The only things that are sort of certain are that we're probably going to see cuts. So that would explain the 10 years breaking that 4% bound. But in general, I think uncertainty is never very good for equities, and we're seeing a lot of it right now.
Hey, Katie, the Fed, is it behind the ball? Did it drop the ball, not cutting?
Well, I would say that, the Fed had been looking at very different data than some of the other central banks. So I'm not surprised given how they've been a little bit more cautious. But as we start to see data that is confirming weaker economic data, they're going to have to react more. And I think that's where, they could get behind the ball in the sense if that data continues to come in negative, it's just going to be more certain that we do have cuts later this year. But of course, our data has been very different from some of those economies that cut a little bit earlier.
How low can we go on the 10%? I mean, on the 10%. How long can we go?
You and I'm mixing metaphors.
Tim and I were just saying, what is wrong with our brains
today? I'm like, am I drop the curve behind the ball? Like,
I can't say activism.
Yeah, Activision as a company.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
activism.
we're just. It's August.
Yeah, it should be Friday, but it ain't, as they say. So how low can we go on the 10-year in your view?
Well, it's really going to depend what happens to economic weakness and the data that comes out. I wouldn't be surprised, especially if we have a serious retraction in equities, that you're going to see yields go down a lot more, because that risk-off trade would definitely be visible if we do see sort of a strong reversal in equity markets. So I'd say that, even though the market is expecting 3 cuts, you might still see yields dropping quite a bit more if people get nervous.
What's quite a bit more? We at Bloomberg love those numbers. We love forecasts.
I know you love numbers. I think that's hard to say. I mean, if you look at where we've come, we've gone about 1% from the peak.
Yeah.
So we could potentially see another couple of percent. So maybe we could get back into the 3 range. This year, I'm not thinking extremely low. I think it's going to take time. But, you could definitely see pretty big moves in bonds if it's a sort of reversal, retraction in the equities that is really indicative of a risk-off move where people are actually seeing repricing.
So 3% if we see that reversal retraction. Ish.
Yes, likely. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll hold you to it, Katie. We always do when you come back.
Bring out the digital recording.
Well, how should we think about the curve or the new normal of the curve in this post-COVID environment?
It's tricky because, really when you think about the curve, it has to do a lot as well with future expectations and also relative yield valuations between different currencies as well. And I think for now, we've seen a lot of inversion and flattening. Maybe we'll eventually see a steepening at some point. I know that that's what everybody was expecting at the beginning of the year, but we'll have to wait and see. I think right now we've seen long-term yields being more bullish than short-term yields. So that may indicate that the longer-term expectations for the long end of the curve are lower yields, but it's still very uncertain how long it's going to take for the short end of the curve and how much time that's going to take.
Katie, in a year where we have geopolitical, we have a U.S. presidential race, we have earnings, we have AI, we have, go through all the things that are out there, trying to make sense of Fed policy or global monetary policy. 30 seconds left here. What is the thing that you think investors just should always keep an eye on to really get an idea of kind of where we go on the fixed income side of things?
Well, I think what is important now is once the tide has turned, now you're seeing that fixed income is definitely, there's signals that we're going to see lower rates. And so if that's the case, oftentimes people don't move quickly enough. So really be aware that you're going to have a big repricing if yields come down, and that's something to take advantage of.
When it moves, right, exactly. Katie Kaminsky, thank you so much. Chief Research Strategist, Portfolio Manager over at Alpha Simplex. Coming up, we're going to head over to our TV team. Folks, we're getting close to the closing bell on this Thursday.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We are minutes away from the latest numbers out of Apple. Tom Forte is a senior analyst at Maxim Group. He told us expectations are too high.
If you look at the AI upgrade cycle for Apple, we think it can add $50 billion of incremental revenue, about half the benefit they got from 5G. The reason we think it's half the benefit is there's less pent-up demand. I don't think people waited to buy a next-gen iPhone that has AI capabilities. And then they have regulatory challenges when it comes to rolling out Apple Intelligence in Europe, which is 25% of sales, and China, which is 19% of sales.
Tom Forte of Maxim Group. Apple will be under pressure to give more information about expected demand for its next iPhone models, which will include AI. Now, the shares have rallied 15% since the firm unveiled long-awaited new AI features in June. Today, though, we're seeing a sell-off in Apple. It is down 1.7%, part of a broader tech sell-off. Amazon also reports after the closing bell. Amazon ahead of earnings, down now by 1.5%. Intel reports as well, and right now we've got Intel shares down by 5.3%. Meta after earnings holding on to a gain of 4.3%. Last night, Amazon reported better than expected sales in the second quarter, signaling that the company's investments in AI are helping it sell more targeted ads. Among the other tech names declining today, Qualcomm after earnings down now by 9.5%. Analysts noted some weakness in the chipmaker's forecast. Other earnings out today, Shake Shack, that stock up now by 16.6%. The burger chain forecasts that for the first time since 2017, it will generate positive free cash flow. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, in just a few minutes, we're going to head over to our TV colleagues. Count you down to the close on this Thursday, August 1st. We have a slew of earnings. What are you doing?
I'm looking. I think you took my
I did.
pack.
Sorry.
A little behind the scenes of what's going on. Get
We're
these little
making the
packs for,
sausage.
for TV. Carol stole mine, which has never happened before, but I won't take it personally.
It's a little like we have little tables, and
Yeah.
mine's a little covered right now.
Okay.
We have a lot of earnings, folks. The big ones: Amazon shortly, about 4:01 or so, and then we've got Apple at 4:30 Wall Street time. So, yeah, we're gonna get through it and see what
Okay,
they do.
let's just give a little preview for Amazon, courtesy of our own Spencer Soper, who has a
Let's
great
do it.
piece on the Bloomberg terminal that talks a little bit about what we should be looking at. It's expected to report sales that grew 11% in the second quarter, fueled by its cloud computing and ad business. Wall Street's going to watch if the company's AI investments are boosting AWS. AWS, of course, does generate most of Amazon's profit. Remember what's happened in recent weeks. The big AI investments that we saw at Alphabet and Microsoft sent shares of those companies lower. That disappointed the market after their recent earnings.
Here's some of the big numbers. So net sales estimate, we're looking at 148.78 billion. There are always big numbers when we're talking about Amazon. AWS net sales estimate 25.98, so just shy of 26 billion is some of the key numbers that we'll be looking for. But again, it's going to go to what's really been so much a big of the story that we've talked about with the markets and these Mag 7 companies is AI, the investments, what kind of payoff. Last night we got Meta. They're upping their CapEx expenditures.
Well, there's 22% increase in sales.
But there was, I think it was the fourth quarter-over-quarter gain that was more than 20%. So
Yeah.
they are continuing to deliver, and increasingly investors are getting, more specific. They want to see that return on investment when it comes to AI. So we'll see what Amazon has to say specifically. They've also been working on some basic things when it comes to delivery, speeding up delivery times. They're developing that online store for low-priced apparel and home goods, basically, going after Temu and
You're
some
not getting the
others.
stuff on the drones yet, though, right?
No.
Okay, just wondering.
I don't think it'll ever happen in
Yeah.
my neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, we also got Intel coming up right after the bell.
do.
We're going to get an idea of how they're doing with their second quarter, with their turnaround, and during the second quarter. It's a
Apple,
big turnaround that Gelsinger's
iPhone,
trying to do.
Right?
Oh yeah, 4:30.
iPhone 16 is expected. I know Paul Sweeney said he's going to probably be buying one. I'm going to probably be buying one.
That should make a big difference for earnings.
Ka-ching. Do not go anywhere, folks, though. We do have a sell-off. We're going to bring you down to that closing bell. Right now, the closing bell's starting.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele, here to help take you through the closing bell. It's a global simulcast. It starts now with Scarlett Fu joining us in the television studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic coming into us from the radio booth as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube.
Yeah.
A major sell-off going on across all of the major equities, including a 7% drop in the stocks.
Yeah, I love that you went there. First of all, we are seeing some buying here at the close, so we're just rounding off our worst levels of the session, but still down across the board. But yeah, kind of blows my mind, right? Romaine, we're up, what, 7% on the stocks yesterday? Well, they gave it all back today, down 7%, as you just said.
Intel, one of the companies, down 5% in the stocks. That company expected to report results in just a few minutes, along with Amazon and, of course, Apple coming at 4:30. We're going to have those numbers for you as soon as they cross.
What's interesting here is volume. Volume is really elevated compared to the 20-day average. For the S&P 500, about 30% above the 20-day average. For the NASDAQ 100, which includes two big companies reporting, it's 40% above the 20-day average.
And here's also the question, too. I understand, as we're going into earnings, as a fundamental, like the bad news is bad news, but also in general, there's still a lot of equity longs within the systemic funds, volatility-driven funds, CTAs, and is this just a continuation of that selling that was really triggered over the last couple weeks?
Yeah, and then you're also up against the whole seasonality issues as well here, so that's obviously feeding into the price action as well. A significant drop in Treasury yields today with that 10-year yield looking like it is going to close out the day below 4%. A drop in commodities, elevation in the VIX at 1 point trading above 19. As you get the closing bells here in New York, as we wait some big earnings, let's walk you through the numbers here. Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like it's going to finish the day down by more than 500 points, or about 1.3%. Of course, it takes a few seconds for these numbers to settle, but you get the gist. 76 points lower on the S&P 500, a 1.4% decline. Meanwhile, the NASDAQ Composite down about 2.3% here on the day. NASDAQ 100 down about 2.4%. But let's take a look at the small and mid caps. Dow Transports down 1.7%. Mid caps down 2.1%, and the Russell 2000, Carol, closing out the day with a 3% loss.
All right, back to the big caps we go, though, and most names in the index lower, guys. 330 to the downside, 173 to the upside, Scarlett.
Yeah, but you look at the sector breakdown, and most of the declines, as expected, are in infotech. That group is off by 3 1/3%, and what you want to pay attention to is the bright red slice of that pie. That is semiconductors, and they're off about 7% at the moment. Energy and consumer discretionary each losing more than 2%. The groups that are bucking the decline, utility, REITs, and consumer staples, so a little bit of that defensive buying.
All right, quick check on some of the individual gainers. Meta, guys, finishing the day with a 5% gain. You know this story, rallying big time. One of the top gainers in the NASDAQ 100. Amazon, though, guys. Let's go right to it. It is out.
All right, let's take a look at the EPS, $1.26. The consensus estimate was $1.04. In terms of net sales, that does meet analyst estimates overall, $147.98 billion. Analysts were looking for $148.78 billion. Let's take a look at Amazon Web Services. The net sales there, $26.28 billion, higher than what analysts had anticipated. This is the driving force of Amazon's profits, certainly the web, the cloud business. North American net sales, because the retail business is certainly picking up steam of late as Amazon drives its efficiencies, $90.03 billion. Analysts were looking for $89.98 billion. When it comes to the outlook, Amazon says net sales in the third quarter, this quarter, will be anywhere from $154 to $158.5 billion. Analysts were looking for $158.4 billion. The third quarter operating income will be $11.5 billion to $15 billion, big range. Analysts were looking for $15.66 billion.
Okay, I'm looking at Intel right now. The company shares are just cratering in the after hours. Sees third quarter revenue $12.5 billion to $13.5 billion, a huge miss. Estimates were for $14.38 billion. Shares down 9% in the after hours. Intel second quarter adjusted gross margin coming in at 38.7%, also a miss. Estimates were for 43.6%. Sees third quarter adjusted gross margin at 38%. Estimates were for 45.5%. Shares down 10% in the after hours.
Yeah, and the company announcing that $10 billion cost reduction plan to increase efficiency and market competitiveness, implementing a more than 15% headcount reduction, suspending that dividend starting in the fourth quarter of 2024. In 2025, next year, company targeting gross capital expenditures between $20 billion and $23, and net capital spend between $12 and $14 billion.
So that's going to be a little bit whittled away here. I mean, that's what really jumped out at me. You suspend that dividend, you're obviously reducing headcount. This now becomes a cost story, and this was sort of the concern with a lot of these companies about the spend that they were having to do to sort of keep pace with whatever new era we're going into. Some companies will be forgiven for that, but obviously for Intel, at least based on the initial share reaction, not quite so forgiving.
Yeah, let's go back to Amazon, guys, for a second, because that third quarter forecast is what is raising some eyebrows here. Net sales estimates on the high end, about $58.5 billion, and as Scarlett pointed out, is quite a range. That is just in line with what they were expecting before. Operating income, though, to be about $15 billion on the high end, that misses estimates that seems to be very much weighing on shares for the quarter, despite the fact that their physical online stores and AWS growth, et cetera, delivered very much so in the second quarter.
So the big question for Amazon clearly is what they say about how much AI contributes to Amazon Web Services. And each company has kind of done this in their own way. Microsoft talking about the contribution, the points contribution to Azure sales, for instance, but not really itemizing exactly how much it is. So that's going to drive the narrative for Amazon going forward.
Yeah, Andy Jassy flicking at that, Scarlett, in the press release, saying that as companies continue to modernize their infrastructure and move to the cloud, while also leveraging new Gen AI opportunities, AWS continues to be customers' top choice. We have much broader functionality, superior security, and operational performance, a larger partner ecosystem, and AI capabilities like SageMaker, Bedrock, Trainium, and more.
But again, some disappointment, no doubt about it. Just to rehash, guys, you've got Amazon down 5% here in the aftermarket. The big headlines, second quarter AWS net sales, that is 26.28. That's a beat, but the outlook, the third quarter operating income, 11.5 to 15 billion, and the street estimate is above that, $15.66 billion.
We got MicroStrategy a little while ago here. Let's get right to it. Of course, the software company that's effectively been operating as a digital hedge fund. Its digital assets in the most recent quarter continued to grow, $5.7 billion right now on the balance sheet. What did that translate into on the top and bottom line? Well, a loss of $5.74 a share, greater than what it was a year ago at $1.52, and revenue also coming a little bit light at $111 million.
All right, just a quick check-in here on DoorDash. Looking at its gross order value for Marketplace, coming in up 20% year on year, coming in at 19.7 billion. That is better than estimated. Revenue also coming in stronger than estimated. Gross margin bang in line with estimates. Orders also increasing, and if you take a look at their third quarter, they're also seeing on the high end about $540 million in adjusted EBITDA. So pretty solid quarter there for DoorDash.
Let's just go back to Intel, because in looking at the different stocks that are moving in after-hours trade, the one that really stands out is Intel because of that drop, a sizable 11% plunge. We knew this company was in turnaround mode, and we knew that the company was going to cut a lot of jobs to reduce costs and everything, but suspending the dividend kind of puts it in a different category, because for a while people were looking at Intel as an income-generating company, an income-generating stock. But this revenue outlook miss really raises a lot of questions about how much progress it's making in improving. It's trying to get back to what it was in its heyday.
On that, it says Intel, of course, taking the added steps of suspending the dividend starting in the fourth quarter, recognizing the importance of prioritizing liquidity to support the investments needed to execute its strategy. The company reiterates long-term commitment to competitive dividend as cash flows improve to sustainably higher levels. I think that's kind of an interesting nuance to what they're doing.
Okay, well, let's not forget, I mean, they cut the dividend last year in half, I think. So, I mean, and now they're basically suspending it altogether here. I'm not sure what kind of message that sends, particularly for a company this mature.
The actions for this cost reduction plan include structural and operating realignment across the company, headcount reductions, operating expense and CapEx reductions of more than $10 billion in 2025 compared to previous estimates. Intel is looking to achieve a clear line of sight toward a sustainable business model with the ongoing financial resources and liquidity needed to support the company's long-term strategy, reducing OpEx, reducing CapEx, reducing cost of sales, maintaining core investments, and executing strategy.
What does it say about a tech company when they start using words like liquidity and debt balance in their earnings statement?
Exactly.
It's not
called
I mean,
all hands on board, right? Rein in all the costs because we've got to kind of conserve or preserve whatever cash we have for what we really need to do.
Yeah, for me, the headline that really says it all is they say that second half is now looking weaker and there's an inventory buildup. I mean, this is a straight up, very cyclical business. And as long as the inventory doesn't clear, it's going to be very hard to find that recovery.
All right, guys, we've got Amazon down about 1.6% in the aftermarket, and you've got Intel, really the big decliner here right now in the post-market trade, down more than 11%. All right, that's a wrap on our cross-platform coverage. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We know, Alex, you're heading out. Scarlett and Romain continuing on television. Of course, Tim and I are going to continue on Bloomberg Business Week. Guys, we will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on Intel, Carol, because this is the stock to watch in the after hours right now. Shares just absolutely cratering.
Down
the company.
11%.
Wow, down 11%. A series of what we call red stickies here. This company suspending its dividend. The revenue outlook missed. It saw third quarter revenue come in. Third quarter revenue, the outlook goes from to 12.5 billion to 13.5 billion. Estimates were for 14.38 billion. They're implementing a more than 15% headcount reduction. They've announced a $10 billion cost reduction plan, and they've suspended that dividend starting in the fourth quarter of 2024.
Looking at our Ian King, who follows the semiconductor space, out with his story on the Bloomberg about Intel. He talks us, it reminds us that CEO Pat Gelsinger, despite a massive spending plan to restore Intel to industry prominence, is struggling to improve the company's products and technology fast enough to retain customers. And so this is part of the problem, right? They've been trying to do this turnaround, and it's been imperative for Pat Gelsinger and the company to show that they are having some progress on this. This is not necessarily a quarter that shows any kind of progress. If anything, that shows that they've got to continue to kind of rein in costs and try and figure this out.
Okay, well, let's see what James Chalkmark has to say about this. He's a technology analyst over at Clockwise Capital. James, good to have you with us. We love talking to you around earnings. You guys have the ticker TIME is your ETF. I don't see Intel in there. Yep. This is a company, though, I know you have followed in the past. Tell us your reaction to this huge news out of Intel with this cost reduction plan, suspending the dividend in the fourth quarter of 2024, and then also these thousands of layoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they had to do something, right? They have to right the ship somehow because the growth is just anemic. And one way to do that is to find a way to grow again, or you can fix things on the expense side, and it looks like they're giving up on the former and going toward the latter. And we're turning slightly more cautious on semis more broadly. We've been cutting our exposure there across the board. We're basically just now left with NVIDIA, a little bit of SMCI on the data center side, and GEV on the utility side. So we're rotating the portfolio, and I think that this rotation out of tech is going to be more prolonged and not just kind of the last 2 weeks that we saw.
Why are you rotating out of stocks? We talked about this with our Gina Martin-Adams, who follows the equity universe for us, our chief equity strategist here in the U.S. I mean, the SOX is up about 16% this year, but we've had two volatile days this week of a big sell-off and then a big rally, or a big rally and then a big sell-off, if you will. It's seen, though, as a leading indicator. You're saying that in terms of the semi-cycle that you're seeing retrenchment, that we're going to see a pullback?
Well, I'd say across large tech more broadly, we've been really borrowing from 2025 returns. Apple and Microsoft are probably the poster childs of pulling from 2025 forward. A lot of hype, obviously, around AI and chips and what that means for the industry. But a lot of that is increasingly priced in. So, and on the backdrop, you have a weakening economy. You have uncertainty as it relates to the presidential election. You have now a Fed swaps pricing in 3 rate cuts by the end of the year, which to us is somewhat absurd. So the probability of negative surprises outpace the ones of positive surprise. So think you got to be more balanced. Look more value names, small cap names. So we've been diversifying out of large cap tech and broadening out the portfolio to sectors, quite frankly, really aren't part of the innovation tilt that we have.
All right, you're always come on days where Snap reports earnings, and I know you don't own Snap. I know you covered Snap from the beginning. When it IPO'd, you and I spoke years ago, James. You changed your tune on this company. Shares are down 22% right now. The company forecast adjusted EBITDA for the third quarter. The guidance missed the average analyst estimate. What is going on with Snap?
I mean, I'll say the same thing I tell you every time. I mean, it's when I first started, they had Evan Spiegel laid out the vision. It was a sound one, but they had an identity crisis where they don't really know what they need to be. You can either be an ad platform that serves everybody and go large, or you can be super niche and drive engagement and monetization on a per user basis. They're doing neither of those, and I just think they're just kind of lost. We're and this market is one that's rewarding companies that have failed in recent quarters because they've been beaten down too much. Snap definitely wouldn't put into that bucket.
Let's go to Amazon. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the companies that are reporting today, Amazon and Apple in particular, and how they can shape sentiment when it comes to the NASDAQ 100. Amazon's down more than 4% as we speak. A lot of it has to do with the outlook. Sees third quarter operating income of $11.5 to $15 billion. That is shy of the street estimate of $15.66 billion. So the outlook not very upbeat. Second quarter AWS net sales, always important in terms of profitability at this company, $26.28 billion. So that was actually better than the street estimate of $25.98 billion.
Yeah, I was just going to add in for James that it's the sixth biggest holding in your Clockwise Core Equity and Innovation ETF. So it does make up about 4% of your portfolio. What's your reaction to the numbers that we just got?
Yeah, it's 4% now. It was 6% a week ago. So, we cut exposure into the print, worried about really the softening consumer, the implications for retail revenue as we look forward into the second half of the year. Obviously, CapEx was a big question, but I think Microsoft kind of muted those fears. A lot of the hype around the operating income leverage, there was a lot of hype around it, quite frankly, and it's happening, which is good. They need the revenue to keep up with it. On a positive note, AWS is doing quite well. That was slightly better than expected. So all in all, I'd say it's a pretty good quarter. But it's one that was certainly we'll see what they say on the call. But I think this falls into my comments earlier about big cap tech. Just can't be overweight these names to the same degree as you look into the second half as we were in the first half.
So James, the selling that we're seeing in the aftermarket, I mean, this is Amazon is up 21% so far here in 2024. And, I know there's a lot of metrics in how we do it. I'm just going to go basic, your forward PE of about 40. But is this just a case of the fundamental story at Amazon you still like, but maybe valuation-wise, maybe that is some of what we're seeing in terms of the selling?
I think, they ultimately missed numbers, right? So,
for the forecast,
the algos coming, and the algos coming in, exacerbating the pressure. But, they could walk it back on the call, provide more color commentary. I got to look to see exactly where the weaknesses were. But that being said, I think I think you got to take this into the context of what happens to big tech from here. A lot of these have had remarkable runs. Will they be able to outperform in the second half the same degree that they were in the first half? We just don't think so.
Okay, so what does happen to big tech here? I mean, NVIDIA is your top holding. It's 5% of your portfolio.
Yeah, well, it was 4 yesterday, and then then it went up. It was like 4.3, and then went up to 5 on yesterday's move. We got to evaluate NVIDIA, but that's the only one really that we have no problem kind of maintaining that more sizable weight. It's really the other companies within the semi space that we've shed. from the portfolio, and really we're just limiting it to NVIDIA, SMCI, and GEV as we think about the data center.
All right. Well, there's a lot going on, and the earnings continue to cross the Bloomberg terminal. Looking at DraftKings down about 8%. It coming out with a little bit of a forecast. We'll break down some more of those numbers. James Chakmak, thank you so much. Busy earnings day, and you walked us through it. He's tech analyst over at Clockwise Capital.
Coming up next, Ed Ludlow's joining us. He's fresh off the phone with the CFO of Intel. That's next.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Amazon shares after hours down now by 4.3%. Amazon is projecting profit that missed analyst estimates, suggesting the company's spending more than anticipated to catch up in the race to meet demand for artificial intelligence. Also reporting after the bell, Intel had said third quarter revenue will be far less than analysts expected. It also announced sweeping job cuts. Intel plans to cut more than 15% of its workforce of around 110,000 people. After hours, we've got Intel now lower by 13%. James Chakmak is a technology analyst at Clockwise Capital. He was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
You know, they have to right the ship somehow because the growth is just anemic. And one way to do that is to find a way to grow again, or you can fix things on the expense side, and it looks like they're giving up on the former and going toward the latter.
And again, Intel after hours now down by 12%. Our Ed Ludlow will have a lot more on Intel coming up in just a moment. It was a down day for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, perhaps putting it mildly. S&P was down 1.2% today, ending the session at 5446. The Dow down 494 points, down 1.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 2.3%. Russell 2000 down 3%. 10-year below 4% at 3.97%, with a 2-year 4.14%. Gold down 0.2%, 24.42 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.3%, 76.90 a barrel on WTI. We are awaiting Apple's numbers, again recapping S&P down 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, everybody. The earnings continue across the Bloomberg terminal, and we're just about 7 minutes away from Apple reporting. But having said that, some big ones already crossing the Bloomberg, Intel and Amazon specifically. So let's get to it with our co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg Television, Ed Ludlow, here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Big week, big day. Let's start with Intel, because it is just selling off. It's really our focal point here in the after hours. You spoke with the CFO.
I spoke with the CFO, and I've not had a call like it in my career, frankly. But just straight admission that essentially they got it wrong. So the simple admission is that they weren't quick enough or had not responded to the realities of the world around them, their revenue reality. That's first. And so the headline to run through the news is that they're cutting headcount 15%. It's about 16,000 people, suspending the dividend, seeking $10 billion of cost savings. The growth they're forecasting for the current period in terms of sales, the sales they're forecasting, just remove the word growth for a second, is significantly below what the street was hoping for. And then they're going to have, on an EPS basis, a loss rather than 30 cents profit. That's quite a significant dump of things to say.
Right.
But the point being that the businesses they operate in have not recovered as they had forecast they would. And then there's the big AI question, and long story short, they got it really wrong.
How did they get it wrong? I mean, NVIDIA's certainly eating their lunch, but they have a foundry. They're supposed to be able to develop something.
This is a product issue. So the story around artificial intelligence, which your audience by this point know very well because we talked about it so much, is high-performance GPUs, graphics processing units. Intel has products in that domain, but they're not really out there yet. They're not selling in volume. What Intel's very good at, and historically has led in, is the market for CPUs, central processing units. And what Dave Zinsner told me on the phone is we were overexposed in CPU, underexposed in GPU, and GPU's where everyone's putting the money. And you read between the lines, basically they've not caught this wave of investment that Amazon, Microsoft, Alphabet are putting into AI. And that's worrying because they're already starting from last place.
We've had a year and counting of talking about AI, year and a half now, right? So I don't know, how do you think about Intel? Big ship, have to turn, right? Turn that ship, not always easy. But I don't know, should they have been further along in kind of, I mean, how do you miss a trend like that?
I think what's been really difficult, in the brief phone call I had, we didn't get an answer, is that there hasn't really been evidence that there's a real big customer buying the GPU. So it could be their ability to supply it, right? Maybe. But
Is it not a great chip?
Well, this is the thing. The obsession of the chip CEO, we could spend a whole show on this and I won't, simply put, is benchmarking their AI accelerator against the CEO of another company's AI accelerator. So Intel would tell you that Gaudi, their accelerator, outperforms on all these metrics. Jensen Huang would tell you that NVIDIA's outperforms on all these metrics. The difference is that Jensen Huang's selling $100 billion of them a year. And Intel, now I think we have doubts, will sell maybe $500 million in the second half of this year.
Pat Gelsinger, he has been talking about a turnaround.
Yes, quite.
How many quarters have we been talking about a turnaround here, Ed? This seems like the turnaround was completely derailed. I mean, shares are down 14.5%, and investors really seem to be losing patience.
I think so. The one thing I just reflect on really quick on the headcount reduction, it confirms Bloomberg's reporting from 24 hours ago. And I know this is very easy for me to say, but imagine Bloomberg had not reported that, because the report was based on anonymous sources. Say that they had revealed this big cost-cutting initiative and layoffs for the first time in the statement. What would the stock be doing now? And you wonder whether actually the decline is paired a little bit, because we kind of already knew it was coming. And so to answer your question on Pat, you know, we've got to go on is the earnings statement and what Dave's into told me on the phone, and it's that I think that the mainstay of what's supporting their ability to move into AI was their position in their legacy businesses. Those legacy businesses are what people call highly cyclical, and the expectation, not just from Intel but their industry peers, was that those markets would recover, and they didn't, and Intel didn't respond in time, and now they've got to, right?
Ed, this is a company with 130,000 employees. You said 15,000?
Well, 110,000 pre-cuts.
110,000
So now
pre-cuts.
minus 16,500 approx. Yeah.
Where are these layoffs happening? Who's affected? And I mean, are they people who can go get hired very quickly, given that there's excitement in other parts of the industry from other companies?
I don't have the answer, other than I know that Pat Gelsinger addressed Intel employees and told them that the cuts will happen by the end of this year, and that the equation for him is that the staffing costs are too high and that the margins are too low. And so I can't answer where. That said, Carol and I think spoke about this 24 hours ago. Intel has 110,000 employees. NVIDIA has more like 6,000, right? The reason being Intel has this foundry fab business, and that's more human intensive, capital intensive,
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I just want to point everybody that we're just probably about 30 seconds away or so from Apple. So we're watching the terminal. 29,000 employees for NVIDIA.
Sorry, 29,600. Yeah.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure it's right. What's interesting as we await Apple's earnings is that in the press release, Intel said taking the added step of suspending the dividend, recognize the importance of prioritizing liquidity to support the investments needed to execute a strategy.
Not a very technology company thing to say.
Right. And then also talking about, reiterates its long-term commitment to a competitive dividend as cash flows improve. That's worrisome to me. That jumped out at me.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. I know that's easy. A cop-out. I don't
Not a cop-out.
have one. Yeah.
But you're right. It's not what you typically hear from technology companies. As we await Apple, Amazon, what's your takeaway there?
Yeah, you have to do some math, because they don't give us a capital expenditures number. So the forecast for their profit was lower than we thought, and it indicates very clearly their spending on AI is probably bigger than we expected, even though AWS had that top-line growth.
All right, here are the Apple numbers. Third quarter revenue coming in above estimates at $85.78 billion. Estimates were for $84.46 billion. Third quarter iPhone revenue coming in above estimates at $39.3 billion. Estimates were for $38.95 billion. Third quarter Greater China revenue coming in below estimates. That one certainly watched very closely. $14.73 billion. But we did see third quarter services revenue come in above estimates at $24.21 billion. Shares of Apple bouncing around in the after hours. They were at first higher when these numbers first crossed. Now down about 1%.
Yeah, they are bouncing, kind of flat, if you will, right? They're bouncing around here, so we're trying to make sense of it. Ed, first blush, what are you taking away from these Apple
I kind
numbers?
of alluded to this in the preview in the Top Live blog. Great beat for iPhone revenue in the quarter, which is interesting because we're pre-16.
Yeah, like why are people buying phones right now? They should be waiting, right?
And there was a lot of evidence in markets like China that they were buying the 15 generation with the intention of holding on to it. And then I go to the Greater China revenue, missing estimates. And the third-party data is not always right. But it did tell us that Apple was slipping in Greater China.
This is the IDC data?
The IDC data.
Okay.
There's Counterpoint Research, there's loads. But my point is that there was worry they did really face domestic pressure on the handset market there. And you always look to China as a point of focus. So you have to read between the lines, because on the earnings call, CFO Luca Maestri often addresses that issue head on, how they did in the market in China specifically.
Earnings per share coming in $1.40 per share. That beat estimates of $1.35, so a beat there as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at kind of our right-through buyer, Mark Gurman, marking a return to revenue growth last quarter, he says, topping analyst estimates, indicating that upgraded iPads and a strong services business helped make up for some of those headwinds in China. So sales were up 5% to $85.8 billion in that fiscal third quarter. The iPhone maker putting out that statement, analysts had predicted 84.5, so that's a beat. beat. 3 months ago, the CFO had said the company would grow by a percentage in the low single digits during the period. So some comparisons there. Again, just quick check on what Apple's doing here in the aftermarket, pulling it up here on my Bloomberg, and because we said it's been bouncing around here. It's now up about 2% here in the aftermarket. Keep in mind, Apple's up about 13% so far in 2024.
Okay, overall revenue beat, iPhone revenue beat, Mac revenue beat, iPad revenue beat, wearables, homes, and accessories also beat. So looking pretty good. There was that miss on China, of course. Tim Cook saying in a statement that Apple is reporting a new June quarter revenue record of $85.8 billion, up 5% from a year ago. Talking about announcing software platforms at WWDC, Apple Intelligence. Ed, Apple Intelligence, what's the question that investors are going to be looking to the answer for on the call today?
It's actually important to ask what investors are looking for. A lot of people looked at what Apple Intelligence was and said, actually, it's fantastic. Yeah. They understand the logic that what Apple wants to do is make the things already on iOS better. That's based on the conversations I've had with investors. The thing is that they'd already accepted to a large extent, because it's priced into the stock, that it's not ready for the prime time. It's not like here. And so I do think that it's going to be interesting to get some very specific detail from the call on geographic rollout, generation of iPhone rollout. Mark Gurman has reported on all of this, right? The delay by a few weeks post iOS 18 generation software update. But that's what investors are looking at. They're trying to do the math on what prompts an individual to buy a new iPhone or up their subscription to Apple services, because how compelling that product is. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like, we said, I'm going to buy a new phone. I know Paul Sweeney's going to buy a new phone. I know I look at the end of the year, all the money that goes out to Apple and all the various services and cloud storage and so on and so forth.
I hear the CFO taking notes right now, Carol. 2 new phones will be sold in the fourth quarter or third quarter of the year.
Now, it's kind of interesting, right? Exactly. And, I'm looking at our live blog, too. There isn't a single mention of the Vision Pro in Apple's earnings release. The $3,500 headset is Apple's first major new product in nearly a decade. There's not a ton left in the cupboard in terms of innovation, with the company canceling its self-driving car in February. That's coming from our Mark Gurman.
What's interesting is that there's a post from Ed Ludlow in the live blog. How did he do that while he's here in our studio with us?
Yeah, I mean, the fingers move faster than the mouth sometimes, guys.
How are you thinking about, we've been talking with you throughout the week about the tech reporting season and the big mega cap tech companies that have reported. How are you thinking about them? I don't know that there's one trend line to
There is a trend line excluding Apple, which is capital expenditures. And what's so interesting is, like, I was talking a bit about this in the blog earlier. Apple's capex is always low. A lot of investors always bemoaned its cash balance. It's so ginormous.
Right.
I look at the release and I see Apple's board of directors declares a cash dividend of 25 cents per share. There's one really important thing when you cover a stock like this. You need to remind yourself, how widely held is the stock around the world? Yes, there are many institutional investors that hold it in volume. One of them was on my show today, Denny Fish of Janus. Think of all the individuals that buy Apple stock because they think it's prestigious. I always find that fascinating. So a little divvy goes a long way.
It does go a long way. Hey, listen, we've been reading his comments along with Ed's on the blog. We read his story on Apple. Let's bring him in. Mark Gurman is Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent. We call him our Apple guru, joining us right now, coming off of earnings. Mark, walk us through what you think the Bloomberg audience needs to know about this release.
Yeah, the through line here is that Apple beat across the board in every product category: iPhone, iPad, wearables, home and accessories, Mac, and services. So nice beats across the board there. Still, the iPhone, 1% year-over-year decline. Not terrible, especially given that we are going into the new iPhone season. The other thing to note, though, is Greater China. Greater China is down about 6%. This came in both below expectations and obviously is an annual decline. That's something that I think a lot of analysts and investors are going to want to take a look at. Why is China's performance continuing to decline? Apple does say, though, that they still see this as an improvement over the China situation in the first half of the year, but still this is not great. Looking ahead, we're going to want to know any color that Apple may have on its call about how they're thinking they're going to do in the current quarter, the fourth quarter. The new iPhone line, the 16, will go on sale towards the very end of Q4, towards the end of September. So that's going to be a significant moment, obviously contribute quite significantly to the bottom line in the current period, which obviously we're looking ahead at that. Another thing I want to call out is the iPad. The iPad grew 24%. Not entirely a surprise. I'm surprised that Wall Street estimated so low on the iPad. Let's not forget that Apple hadn't released a new version of the iPad for about a year and a half, and then released 2 major versions of the new iPad in May, along with major updates to their accessories. So no surprise there.
Mark, they're not giving guidance anymore for the current quarter, but what do you expect them in terms of color to give about how sales are going to be in the current quarter? And then, obviously they're not going to talk about new iPhones that haven't been announced yet, but what kind of tidbits could we get?
Well, it's anyone's guess what they're going to say. I'm not going to speculate. It really can go, one way or another. They're probably going to give some sort of indicator of how the iPhone is going to do in the fourth quarter. And there's really 3 options. They're going to say, let me take a step back. There's really 2 options of what they're going to say on this call. They're either going to say that the iPhone performance for Q4 is going to be in line with iPhone performance in Q4 last year, or they're going to say iPhone performance will accelerate in Q4 in comparison to last year. If they don't say either of those things, I think it's a pretty good indicator that they think it's probably going to decline a little bit, or they're not entirely sure. They're probably not going to come out and say that in the iPhone launch quarter, the iPhone is going to do more poorly than it did last year.
Hey, Mark, it's unbelievable that you and I are speaking on Bloomberg Radio and simultaneously blogging live on the Bloomberg terminal. There are going to be terminal subscribers around the world that just don't understand what's happening. One thing I'd love to do with you, and I know it's hard, is the math on China. You get that 3Q iPhone beat and then the weakness in Greater China. Is it likely to be product specific in terms of iPhone, or where does Apple tend to point us when they have a specific geographic weakness?
Well, the thing is Apple never really gets into geographic weakness on a product-by-product basis. What they have said over the past several quarters, as people have asked about the declines in China, is that these declines are not due to the iPhone. Now, they're not saying what those other products are that are contributing to the declines, whether it's the iPad, whether it's the Mac, whether it's wearables. They're not sharing that information. So who knows what they're going to tell us this time. I believe personally that it does have to do with the iPhone and some of the softness we're seeing there. A lot of people are buying Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, the local phone makers, instead of the iPhone at this point. So I would say this has to do with the iPhone this quarter. Whether or not Apple's going to come out and say that, that's another story.
We're talking with Mark Gurman. We're talking with Ed Ludlow. Apple third quarter iPhone revenue, that's a beat. Third quarter Greater China revenue, that was a miss. Third quarter revenue overall, that was a beat. Mark, in terms of AI and Apple Intelligence, which they showed off a lot at the developers conference in June, what would be a question that you'd want to know about that? I know they're still developing, they're working on it, but what do you want to know?
I want to know if they think it's going to drive sales, because I can tell you after using it for the past few days or so, I don't think there's any reason why anyone should buy a new iPhone based solely on the new features that are currently available or will be available from Apple Intelligence at the get-go. I happen to think that Apple Intelligence is really a late 2025 story, and maybe next year is when that's going to drive sales. But the current incarnation, it shouldn't be a sales driver, quite frankly, based on their marketing and some ridiculous comments I've seen from Wall Street analysts and others who cover Apple. Maybe they'll still grow based on it. Some people will be disappointed if they buy the iPhone based on Apple Intelligence, at least from the beginning.
Ed, come on back in here to remind us about CapEx and why CapEx should be looked at differently with Apple than with Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and Meta.
Just because historically capital expenditures for Apple are just kind of a non-event. They're not at the 10 percentage point to 20 percentage point range that the hyperscalers have, particularly in the current environment, right? It's just not a part of their story. And Mark can always correct me if I'm wrong, but what I find so interesting about Apple's strategy is the cost of where they're trying to get to, which is Apple Intelligence. Think about the partnerships, right? Apple is not as hyper-focused on the building of its own large language model. It has some activity there, but it partners with OpenAI. So OpenAI takes the R&D costs. How does Apple facilitate its cloud? It relies on GCP, Google Cloud Platform, and Google does its own R&D investment on the silicon side, and I find that so interesting. And that's why I'm you guys know I'm like tongue in cheek, but it's why I post in the blog about the divvy and about cash generation and the growing balance sheet, because investors always say, I wonder what they'll do with that one day. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, listen, they say during the quarter, our record business performance generated EPS growth of 11%, nearly $29 billion in operating cash flow, allowing us to return over $32 billion to shareholders. I mean, I always think about this, Mark, whenever we talk with you and whenever we talk with Ed. I mean, just the law of large numbers when it comes to Apple specifically. As you continue to look at this report and release, I don't know, what should we leave our investors with? What do you think that they should be thinking top of mind when it comes to Apple?
I'll simplify it for you. From a financial standpoint, everything is just fine, right? A little bit of concern in China, but my concerns about Apple aren't the financials today. It's that this company is not pushing out products at the pace that they used to. I'm simply not seeing that game-changing innovation that we used to see. I'm simply not seeing them leapfrog ahead of the competition. I'm seeing a lot of response to the competition, like with Apple Intelligence. I'm seeing something that's not as good as the competition with Apple Intelligence. I'm seeing them add features to iOS that Android has had for a number of years. I'm seeing really impressive new technology like the Vision Pro that's not a product. It's more of a prototype or developer kit.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned about Apple products right now. And obviously products, hardware drives this company.
Yeah, so long term, Mark, because you have such a good view into the pipeline, much to the chagrin of Apple, I imagine, no car coming. Vision Pro, as you mentioned in the live blog, not even mentioned in this report. Is that right?
That's right.
So what is the big picture for the pipeline over the next 5 years?
I think we're probably 2 or 3 years away from a bigger new product push, whether that's augmented reality glasses, foldable phones, new types of touch screen devices, new home devices, new Macs. But I'm not seeing anything in the next 2 to 3 years that is going to be a game changer, right? The Vision Pro technology is a game changer. Nobody wants it. It's too heavy. It's too expensive. There's no content.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Listen, you're a gem. You have so much going on and so appreciate it. Mark Gurman, he's Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent, joining us out there from the West Coast. We're not going to let Ed Ludlow go yet because, Ed, we lean on you like we lean on Mark. I feel like we've been going through a lot of the tech news.
That's why we flew him out to New York this week.
on the Bloomberg jet. The good and the bad of the big tech that have been reporting?
Yeah, that's a really, really smart question. So there's one thing that I learned very quickly, which was Microsoft, do not miss Wall Street estimates. That won't go well for you. And I think that it's because we've joked about the money machine, but now the investors are really starting to do the math on it. The CapEx number was everything. I think I even heard Ian King on the phone to you just say capital expenditures and then hang up. And it's because with that, you can basically do the math on the timing of sales growth and bottom line growth from artificial intelligence, and then you can sort of extrapolate it out further afield. That's why Amazon's so interesting. Until the call, we're not really going to know if it's a CapEx issue for AI or if their retail business wasn't very good.
It's a really great point. Yeah. Right? Like, you need to know these details.
Amazon in the after hours now, as we do wait for details from that call, down 5.7%.
I'm like, do we want to let him go? I guess we need to.
Yeah, we got to let him go because we got another interview to do.
What?
Just got a data point. So on the CFO call, there's a media call that's just started with Amazon. Amazon spent $35 billion on capital expenditures in the first half of 2024. Wow. So we don't have a number for the quarter, but it was $35 billion in 1H, and it will be more than that in 2H, which is largely due to investments in AWS infrastructure. So I think I answered that question.
You did answer it. Asked and answered. All right, kiddo. Listen, thank you so much. So great to have him here on the East Coast this week. The co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV. Catch him 11 a.m. Wall Street time, Monday through Friday on Bloomberg Television. Of course, the one and only Ed Ludlow.
Hey, we got more Bloomberg Business Week coming up in just a minute. We're going to talk PFAS with Senior Director of Sustainability at Ascent. Before that, though, a check of what's going on with business news and what's moving. Here's Charlie Pelley.
Thank you very much indeed. Lots of moving parts to this market. As we were just discussing with Ed and Mark Gurman, Apple did mark a return to revenue growth last quarter. It did top analyst estimates, indicating that upgraded iPads and a strong services business helped make up for headwinds in China. However, after hours, we got the stock bouncing around right now. Apple down by 0.1%. Again, has been swinging between gains and losses. Also reporting reporting. Amazon.com out with profit that missed analyst estimates, suggesting the company is spending more than anticipated to catch up in the race to meet demand for artificial intelligence services. After hours, we got Amazon right now down 4.7%. The other big report, major news after the close of trading, Intel third quarter revenue is going to be far less than analysts expected. It also announced sweeping job cuts. Intel said it plans to cut more than 15% of its workforce of around 110,000 people. After hours, Intel right now trading lower. We got Intel down by roughly 17%. A down day on Wall Street, perhaps putting it mildly, ahead of the jobs report tomorrow. S&P down 75, drop of 1.4%. The Dow down 494, down 1.2%, and NASDAQ today down by 2.3%. 10-year yield, 3.97%, falling below 4%. The 2-year, 4.15%. Gold down 0.2%, 24.43 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4% at 76.87. So lots of earnings after the close of trading. We got you covered. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much.
Well, from rainwater in the Himalayas to whales off the Faroe Islands to groundwater in Minnesota, PFAS, or so-called forever chemicals, have been detected in every corner of the planet and in the blood of almost every human tested.
This is why we freak out. All right, they have been linked to an increasingly long list of health problems, including obesity, fertility issues, certain cancers. And I got to say, Tim, there's a very high chance that we're going to come into contact with them today. And the scariest part, they are almost certainly in our bodies already. So happy Thursday, everybody.
Yeah, well, we've talked about this before with Callie Edgren, and we're pleased to have her back. She's Senior Director of Sustainability at Ascent. It's a company that works with manufacturers to analyze their global supply chains and look for sustainability risks and how consumers are forcing manufacturers to change their PFAS-producing ways. Callie joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Next time it's rainbows and unicorns. I'm just going to tell you.
No, we talk about the same thing every time, and it's like very depressing.
Oh my gosh. So where are we on this?
Are we any better than we were a few months ago when you last joined us?
We've solved it, actually.
Have we? Okay, good.
No, actually, I had my blood tested since we last met, and I do have PFAS in my blood, which is not a surprise.
Okay, tell us about that test, because is that something that people should be doing, or are you doing, like, you know, don't get too personal. I don't want you to get too personal.
Right, I did it partly just to use myself as a guinea pig.
Okay.
I fully expected I would find them, but I'm making a lot of changes in my personal life, and I'm going to get my blood tested again in 2 years, and we'll see if it's gone down.
How bad was it? Can I ask you? Like, what's problematic?
It was below average, so that was good.
Okay.
So that's good.
What do you do to change that?
So I've been taking a lot of precautions at home, and I think what's important is for consumers to educate themselves on what to look for. And I'm looking for transparency, right, from manufacturers, what is in the stuff I'm buying. So just being a little smarter about making those choices, looking for PFAS-free, understanding the lingo that they're using, because it's not always what it sounds like. But just, I think, that awareness and asking manufacturers to share that information so we can do that.
But how do we know if the dental floss we use,
I was just thinking about
has
dental floss.
Well, I know because my sister tells me, but like, if you don't have, Laura Stenovic out there to tell you that, to use a different dental floss, like, what about the butter that we're using, right? It could come in a foil that has PFAS on it.
It could, actually, although all food packaging in the U.S. is now PFAS-free.
As of,
I believe, February this year. And FDA, yes, the FDA worked
Sorry
with
for
manufacturers.
the other decades of...
Right, yeah, too bad. The PFAS-free dental floss, you can find it. It's marketed that way. So, again, we're going to start seeing more and more marketing claims for PFAS-free. This is a risk for manufacturers, right? Because they need to be able to back that up, because there will be a lot of questions. We've already seen a lot of litigation around products that have PFAS in them, including consumer products. So I think it's important that they share that information, but they need to be able to defend that if someone asks.
Okay, so they're called forever chemicals, but you are going to go back and get tested in 2 years and hoping for a better result.
Right.
So are they not forever?
They are called forever chemicals, but I know there's a lot of research going on ways that we could destroy them. I think it's one of the big innovation opportunities around PFAS is trying to destroy them. I don't know if my blood levels will be lower or not.
That's a great question. If they're forever and they stay in your system,
right?
Like,
how do they look at it? Do they look at it based on your age or something? Because shouldn't somebody who is younger have less PFAS than somebody who's older? I don't know.
I think there's a lot of variation between, there's a lot of factors, right?
Yeah.
Where do you live? Are you drinking from a contaminated water supply, right? Mothers can pass it on to their children through breastfeeding. So there's probably so many variables. Yeah, certainly body type, how old are you, that are going to impact that. And yeah, we don't know if we're going to be able to flush them out of our bodies or not. Different PFAS have different, characteristics. But yeah, I'll just use myself as the human guinea pig. We'll see what goes on from that. Yeah. I'll come back in 2 years and let you know.
What are the rules and regulations about it? Because, there can be rules, and we've seen companies know that they've got a product that is problematic, but they're either selling so much, they don't care if they get a fine or something. So help me understand what the oversight and regulatory environment is and how it's changing, or if not, it's
I would say regulators around the world are working on this, and the regulations vary from you have to report if you're using them, like the EPA has this new TSCA reporting rule, or Canada actually released one last week. Some jurisdictions are just banning certain PFAS, and there's everything in between. So I think that that's part of the challenge, is keeping track of all of those. But in general, the regulators are trying to understand which ones should we be focusing on? So, for example, there's roughly 17,000 so far that the EPA has identified. But our company...
Why are there so many different? Just because chemical compounds are different?
These are man-made chemicals, so they can continually tweak little things. But our company's collected data on almost 2 million parts, and we've only found 387 unique ones.
Right.
So this is the type of information that I think regulators want to be able to focus in on what's really relevant, and then they can design ways to destroy them, right? But when you have 17,000 as a starting point, you have to narrow that down a little bit.
You said we're going to use you as the guinea pig,
right,
so thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the different changes that you're making at home that people could or should be doing based on your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do have a water filter on my refrigerator now that filters out PFAS.
How do we know if our water filter, like I have a fridge that has a water thing on it. How do I know that I'm getting PFAS?
I do find a lot of water systems are now offering to do PFAS testing. They can't test for 17,000 different chemicals, but they absolutely can test for some of the key chemicals. And in fact, the EPA released a new regulation in April of this year, the drinking water regulation, that targets 6.
Okay. So does that mean that, let's say you're making a pot of pasta and you need a lot of water. Are you going to go to the fridge to fill it up and it's going to take forever? Or are you going to go to your sink to fill it up?
Well, a lot of homes are actually putting in-home water,
whole home
reverse
water filters,
osmosis, water filter, so that everything coming out of the tap would be filtered at that point. So there are options.
Do you feel like we fully have an understanding of the health effects that this is going to have?
I don't think I don't think so at all. I think there's been only a handful that have been studied so far. So again, when you look at the EPA and what they're trying to do with this reporting rule, they want to be able to prioritize the most urgent ones for more study.
Kelly, what makes you most nervous about this or concerned? And I think about the oceans, and I feel like, the kind of base of our food chain,
right,
and what's impacting, and then you just, I don't know, that kind of worries me. So I'm just curious how you think about it. And
for me, it's personally, it's the drinking water. I mean, that's the basis of everything, right? If you're mixing formula for your baby, what water are you using? Cooking the pasta. So there's so much water contamination. And again, the new drinking water regulation that came out in April means to help start addressing that, right? Cities will start putting the filters in at the municipal level, so you don't have to do it in your home anymore. So I do think drinking water concerns me. From a professional level, I'm very concerned about manufacturers who aren't thinking long-term about the regulatory environment, the litigation that's happening, and even more so the supply chain impact. So after 2025, when 3M no longer makes PFAS, what is going to be the trickle-down effect on your products? Your products may not perform as well. These chemicals are used for a reason. They have high performance properties. And if suddenly your seals aren't working as well in your products, things are leaking. I have customers who are changing the warranty periods on their products because they've redesigned their products and they don't last as long.
Because like a spray that repels water, for example, isn't performing as well
Exactly.
without PFAS.
Exactly. It might not perform as well. So I think that's, from a business standpoint, manufacturers really need to understand where am I using PFAS so that I can understand those risks.
We bought a car seat recently that was the exact same car seat we bought back in 2019 for our older child. We bought it for our younger child, and they've completely changed the material that is on the car seat. And then, and I was doing a bunch of Googling to figure out, is this like a safe material type of thing? And what it seems like is they've responded to the idea that the stain repellent wasn't something that was necessarily something that parents wanted.
Right. Well, actually, a lot of states now have PFAS bans on juvenile products. So for a manufacturer who wants to sell in all 50 states, you have to start looking at these states that are banning PFAS in certain products, like the dental floss is banned in Minnesota starting in January.
But we can still get it here in New York.
You can still get it,
you guys,
yeah.
Hey,
you can
Minnesota
stock up.
listeners, if you need a hookup, I got you.
But that's probably what happened with your car seat, is they designed it out because there are laws coming into effect. And that's the interesting thing with this story, is the states are really driving the boat, which is not normal in this type of situation. But they are issuing a lot of regulations.
Well, glad somebody's driving the boat on this, because it really kind of freaks us out every time we think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So appreciate the update. Glad you took the test?
Right.
Are you glad you took the test?
I am glad because, scientifically I'm interested to see what will happen. Hopefully it won't go up, right? But we'll see.
Agreed.
We'll see.
Kelly, thank you. Always
Thank you.
love having you come in. Kelly Edgren, she's Senior Director of Sustainability at Ascent, joining us here in studio. Thank you. Thank you. We should just recap the earnings before we head out here.
I'm looking at shares of Apple right now, up 0.7%. The company has returned to sales growth. Revenue and profit did top estimates. Sales in China fell. They missed estimates. Shares slightly higher. We're waiting for that call to get underway. But Luca Maestri, the CFO, was asked that will Apple Intelligence push investors to buy a new generation of iPhones? We are very excited with the kinds of features we are offering users. They're very personal, relevant, and people really enjoy them. Apple Intelligence provides yet another reason to upgrade. That on a call with Bloomberg.
Want to mention Amazon down almost 5% here in the aftermarket. This certainly taking a hit. You did have the company's third quarter operating income. So this is the outlook. They see third quarter operating income 11.5 to 15 billion. The street estimate was 15.66 billion. So there's some concerns about that outlook.
And it's really ugly over at Intel, down 18.2% in the after hours. The company said third quarter revenue will be far less than analysts expected. They announced more than 15,000 job cuts. We also saw the plan to suspend its dividend payments to shareholders starting in the fourth quarter.
NASDAQ E-mini futures down about 2.8% in the aftermarket. So we could have an interesting day certainly tomorrow. We've got a jobs report. We're going to see the follow through on all of these Apple earnings. A lot to get through. We had a great team. We got through it. Folks, you can read more at Bloomberg.com on all the earnings. That's going to do it for us. Balance of Power starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
4 Americans freed in the biggest prisoner swap with Russia since the Cold War. They include Wall Street Journal reporter